Hello and welcome to another stream of Red Dead Redemption 2. To continue my camp dialogue focused playthrough. Thank you so much, Dr. Sourpatch, for the lurk. Thank you for that. Alright, now. We've worked through Dutch, Sadie, Lenny, Jack, Abigail, John, Susan, Mary Beth, and Molly. So that's 9 characters that we've actually covered so far from the time slot in-game of 9 AM to 6 PM. But there is more. There are more characters in the camp at this point in the story that we need to go through. So, looking at my list. Alright, so Molly was the last one that we focused on, and we've done all the antagonizing of Molly. So, we have Pearson, Karen, Tilly, Strauss, Hosea, Kieran, and Micah to focus on now. So, we're going to focus on Pearson this time. So I just need to set up for him. He is our 10th character to do this process with from 9 AM to 6 PM. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg that runs a year deep or more. Okay, so reset the antagonize patterns, and what we want is config 1 Dutch approaches Arthur, Sadie taunts Kieran. Alright, so let us go and find where Pearson is once we've reloaded the save. Alright, so load game. I've actually got 3 saves. I've got one save where it's 9 AM on the first day, and then I've got a second save where it's 6 PM on the first day, and I've got a third save file which is used as a save file that I can save over at any time. It's kind of like a spare save file. So for example, when I was antagonizing Molly, it wasn't until well into the day that she moved to a spot where the game was letting me actually antagonize her. So instead of having to wait all that time every single reload of a save, I used the spare save that I've got to actually make a save when she's over in the spot where we can actually antagonize, and then just reload that. But now I can reload the other one now, which starts at 9 AM on the first day. And that was the wrong save. That's the save that I had been loading. What's one that I want? This is the one, yeah, 2302 105 23. That's the one that I want. Alright, not the configuration I need. In that one, Dutch is at his tent. I need the one where Dutch is somewhere else, and then he comes at you and talks to you in dialogue that you can't skip. The only way I've found to actually skip it, though, is to go over to Arthur's tent and interact with the shaving kit, and then that'll make Dutch go off his path and go off somewhere else, and prevent you from having to listen to his speech that he gives Arthur, which you can't skip with a not now.
Morning, Arthur.
Where did you get to? I'm right here.
Here we go. This is the one. Dutch is there. Right, it's 9:05 AM.
I'm the fella tied to the tree, so I guess I must.
Arthur, my boy, my dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time.
Alright, so 9:05 AM. Pearson is at I'll just call it food fire. Then moves to
In weeks.
see where he goes.
Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
Alright, Dutch, you've said your piece, now go away.
Use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Alright, so Pearson goes to wagon near girl's tent and picks up. Now what is that? I think it's horse feed. Horse feed bag. 9:15 AM. Pearson carries horse feed bag 2, and let us see where it goes to. Interesting. Why is Abigail moving around in this spot for? Something I've noticed is that sometimes the movements of the characters change depending on which character you're closest to. Like Abigail hardly ever goes anywhere this early in any configuration I've covered.
You're Arthur, right?
My name ain't no concern of yours.
I'm hungry.
I don't give...
Pearson goes to his tent or his wagon. Alright, let's say 9:20.
But damn.
Look, you seem like a decent feller behind it all.
Then you ain't a good judge of character. Mr. Morgan.
Oh, well, we'll leave it there now.
And he goes to his shop. To prepare food. Alright, let's see how long he stays here for.
How is that food coming along, Mr. Pearson?
All in good time.
What are you up to? Hey there.
How's it going?
I can't say I'm doing too well.
Hang in there.
Now Pearson is like, what do I do now?
Good morning, Arthur.
Smell
This is the first configuration. It's now 10 AM in game, and we have to cover Pearson and his movements until 6 PM, and then we need to do it 2 more times in the other 2 configurations there are. Which will take about an hour each, so that'll be 3 hours, and then in the 4th hour I'll be antagonizing Pearson. This is how long it takes to just do 9 AM to 6 PM in the game. Imagine when I'm doing 12-hour cycles within a 24-hour period. Hey there, Tall. Hey there, Fewer. How's things going? Yeah, Tall. This is the 10th character I've done this process with. There's 16 characters in camp at the moment. A few others are off in their main story positions. And all 16 characters, once I've done their 9 AM to 6 PM, I have to do their 6 PM to... I think what I want to do is 6 PM to 6 AM the next morning. So do 12-hour cycles if I can. However, I'm going to put this playthrough on hold once I've finished with the rest of the characters in camp, and then 9 AM to 6 PM in game time, so I can restart the game and do my annual playthrough. With hindsight, I should have done that first and then started this playthrough, but I didn't think about that until a few streams into this and realizing just how much time it's going to take. So the characters that we have left is Pearson, Karen, Tilly, Strauss, Hosea, Kieran and Micah left to antagonize. So Pearson will probably stay here till 6 PM, I think.
Strauss?
How are you?
How you doing?
I'll be all right.
Are we gonna eat something soon?
Do you want it cooked right or not?
Alright, 11:29 a.m. in game. And Pearson, of course, is still preparing food. It's so funny too, because I haven't been hunting at all. And he's gotten a lot of food from that barrel. So I smell bullshit when they're saying, "We need more food." It's like Pearson's got a bottomless barrel of food. What are you talking about? See?
Pearson! I'm famished.
It's coming! It's coming!
So is Christmas. But we want the food now, not in 12 months' time.
Hey.
Mr. Morgan.
Alright, we have some movement on Pearson. Alright, so it's 12 PM in game. Alright, so Pearson was there from 9:20 AM to 12 PM. Let's see where he goes now. Alright, he goes to Food Fire. Alright, let's see how long he stays here for.
Just gotta force it down.
Alright, so we have movement on Pearson. Let's say 12:25 PM. Pearson goes to back to his shop. I just call it his shop just to make it easy.
Hey.
Actually, he goes back to his wagon. Alright. Goes to his wagon to sharpen knives. Or sharpen knife. Alright, let's see how long he stays here for.
Aye. Oh, Dutch.
down.
Alright, so Pearson is just standing here still. It's 2:38 p.m. in game, and he's been there since 12:25. So he's been there for over 2 hours just in that spot.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
bathroom shop. No slacking, Miss Jackson.
Just gotta force it down.
Alright, so as expected, Pearson doesn't really go and do much. So I've almost been streaming an hour, so it'll take about 15 minutes to go from 3 PM to 6 PM.
I don't even want to know what's in this. We need to hunt for some better meat.
Kieran's still there tied up to the tree, of course. Alright, so this is the 7th part of this stream, of this playthrough. It's the 3rd week of February. I'm going to try and make this a long stream. Like, it's 3 PM for me now. I'm going to try and keep going till 12, till midnight. See if I can get 3 characters done, which will be 9 hours, plus 2 or more hours, give or take, for the actual antagonizing. Because if I can get 3 characters done today, Pearson, Carrion, and Tilly, that would leave 4 left, and maybe I can do the remaining 4, because Kieran's one of them, and Kieran doesn't really go anywhere. So the only thing that could potentially happen a lot with him is other characters coming up to him.
make an effort with the boy?
If it'll shut you up, I'll try. But fathering ain't nothing I know about.
Here's a hint. Act like you ain't a selfish, bloodthirsty moron.
You mean lie?
Alright, so about 5. Alright. When I was focused on Abigail for this playthrough, I followed her from 9 AM to 6 PM in all 3 configurations, right? Not once did she go over to John and start talking to him. So now that I'm focused on some other character in a different part of the camp, that's when she has the conversation with Marston. So this complicates things. Because not only are there now different configurations, depending on where you are in the camp at any given time, there could be differences that happen too. Alright, so 5 PM, Pearson stands next to his shop. Which presents a problem. If characters don't do every conversation, it means I'm going to have to do passes through where I just walk around camp the whole time. Alright, that presents a different issue altogether. Alright, so I'll just put note. Abigail speaks to John if you stay with Pearson around 4:50 PM to 5 PM. A conversation. Alright, I'll worry about that at a later time. Let's just keep focusing on Pearson. At least I've made note of it happening. That's something else I need to consider as well.
Oh, Arthur, it is good to be off that mountain.
Would you mind if we talk later? I've got a lot on.
Okay, sorry. No problem.
Hi, Arthur. Okay there?
Alright, 5:22. Where is Pearson going to? Alright, so he goes to edge of camp. Near where Lenny sometimes is.
Hiya.
Alright, 5:35 PM. Where is Pearson going to, I wonder? Now it's Susan's turn to talk to Arthur, not now.
Can you hold that thought?
Okay then, Arthur.
Alright, goes to the edge of camp near Big Tree. Alright. Okay. Alright, so that's that configuration. So Pearson just stays there till 6 p.m. Alright, that's configuration 1 done. Configuration 2 is Dutch is at his tent. Lenny isn't in camp. Let's see how long it actually takes me to get that to load up, because last week's stream was ridiculous how long it took to actually get that configuration to appear. Alright, so that's another instance of a character going and speaking to other characters at a time when they never did when I was focusing solely on them. So that proves my point that sometimes characters will only do certain things if you're not near them, if you're in a different part of camp at the time.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
No, it's the configuration we just had, where Dutch comes up to us to talk to us automatically.
Good morning. Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Alright, we have Dutch at his tent, but where is Lenny?
Good morning, Arthur.
Lenny's at the edge of camp. Not the configuration I need. He needs to be out of camp. And the way that I know is he's not standing at the edge of camp. He's nowhere to be found in camp, actually. In the configuration I want. Completely disappears. Doesn't even go to protect the entrance. So I don't know where his character goes. However, it could just be a glitch.
Hello, Arthur.
Where did you get?
Okay, now it's back to this configuration again, where Dutch is going to approach us and talk to us automatically.
Jack, where are you? Right here, Mama.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. Hello, Mr. Morgan. Morning, Arthur.
Alright, Dutch is at his tent. But where is Lenny?
Good morning, Arthur.
And Lenny's in camp. Not the configuration I need.
Hi there, Arthur.
Where did you get to?
I think there might be a fourth configuration related to Pearson as well. Because sometimes he's right there in front of Arthur, other times he's not. Within the same configuration where Dutch is going to talk to us automatically.
How are you?
But still, not the configuration that we want. Needs to be the one where Dutch is already at his tent and Lenny isn't in camp.
Hello there.
Alright, Dutch is at his tent. But where is Lenny?
Good morning, Arthur.
Lenny is at the edge of camp. Not what I want.
Nice to see you. Oh, hello.
Where have you wandered off to?
Good morning, Arthur.
Alright, last time, to actually get the configuration where Lenny isn't in camp, I had to go out of camp. Not die, but who knows, maybe that will do it too. This will load a save that's not the manual save that I made. At 9 AM in-game time, first day in camp out of 550. Alright. Let's load the game again. Let's see if doing that has somehow done something in the game's programming, and hopefully we'll get the configuration where Dutch is at his tent but Lenny is out of camp.
Where have you wandered off to?
And there we go. Lenny's not in camp now. Question is though, where's Pearson? Because he's not at his wagon. That's Hosea and Sadie and Strauss. No sign of Pearson. Maybe this is a glitch with Lenny. Maybe there's only supposed to be 2 configurations, but there's a third because sometimes it glitches and puts Lenny outside of the camp somewhere. I know how to trigger Pearson though, but unless he's over this way.
Good morning, Arthur.
Ah, there he is. Don't know where he walked in from, but in configuration 2,
Good morning.
at about 9:12 AM, he re-enters camp.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Alright, so 9:12 AM. Pearson returns to camp and gets horse feed. And takes it to
I wonder if I'll ever not smell a campfire again.
I think it's in our skin now.
Hey there.
Alright, 9:26 AM, he's preparing food. In the other configuration, he started doing that at 9:15 AM.
Can we eat soon, Pearson?
Believe me, you'll be the first to know.
Dutch.
Susan.
Good morning, Arthur.
Bellies are rumbling, Mr. Pearson.
Not long now.
People are getting hungry, Pearson.
Just hold your horses.
George.
Hello.
Can we eat soon, Pearson?
It'll be ready when it's ready.
Hey there, Dr. Ronnie. Hey there, dude. Thank you so much for the 16 months in a row. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Thank you, I really appreciate that, dude. Dr. Woot, let's go, bother Jack. Not for a while now. That was a few streams ago now. We're currently working on Pearson, who is complaining sometimes about the fact that we don't go and get enough food, yet here he is getting food from a barrel that doesn't have an end of how much food there is inside it. Hey there, Royal Twix. How's things going? Ronnie is definitely more worthy of bothering. Pearson? Yeah. I don't know though. I don't even really antagonize him. Sometimes I do. If I'm feeling it.
I'm famished, Mr. Pearson.
It's coming! It's coming!
I'm famished, Mr. Pearson. That's a rare picture of Dutch and Molly, where they're actually close together. Dutch coming up with his plans. Ronnie Pearson is a good guy, but sort of a dope. Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good way to describe him. Where are the mangoes? Exactly. Where are they? Come on, Pearson. We want mangoes for breakfast. That's what we're really after. So in the first configuration, Pearson was here preparing food from 9:20 AM to 12 PM.
Oh.
And it's now 12:02 PM. In configuration 2. So let's see how long he stays here for. Ronnie, does he have a plan? I don't know, to be honest. He says he does. Alright, so slightly a little bit different. But he's off at 12:05 PM. Now in the other configuration he went to the food fires, what I'll call it, where Strauss currently is.
How are you, Mr. Morgan?
There we go. And in the other configuration at 12:25 he went back to his wagon to sharpen his knife. I'm going to provide a link to it. There was a video that I saw where Roger Clark, who plays Arthur, he's on Cameo, which is a website where you can basically pay money for people who are on there, like celebrities and stuff like that, to actually do messages, like video messages for you. And here's one that someone redeemed, which was Roger Clark as Arthur Morgan doing a phone alarm or an alarm ringtone for someone. So here's a link to that. Running off to bed soon, but you're wondering today if you should play the Miles Morales game next. Yeah, I don't know, Ronnie. Depends on what you want to do. For sure, like if that's where you're feeling like you want to go, definitely go with that. You know, it's always good to just go with what you're feeling and in the mood for. Alright, so Pearson, are you going to go back to your wagon and sharpen your knife? That's not a knife. This is a
Miss
knife.
O'Shea.
Hello, Pearson.
Yep, so he's going to sharpen his knife. Now in the last configuration he stayed there till 5 PM. And when I was standing here, I heard Abigail speak to John, and she never did that when I was focusing on her in her configurations. So that proves that where you are in camp at any given time will also determine what dialogue you hear from other characters. So I didn't hear the dialogue at all, and I followed both John and Abigail, right? But nothing. However, staying here near Pearson, it triggered. So what I'm going to do is get a bit closer to where they were standing. I think they were standing about here. Keep an eye on Pearson, but also keep an eye out for the time. Running the most classic Aussie quote of all American history. Yeah. Well, it is interesting, that movie, because he does go to America. The first half of the movie's in Australia, and then the next half is in America. Something that he used to do, Paul Hogan, before he hit it big as Crocodile Dundee, he was on a show called The Paul Hogan Show. But before that, he actually was someone who would paint the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which was a long process because obviously, it would take a long time. So he was the one that would repaint it, I should say, to make sure that, it was the paint, make sure it was, proper and finished, you know what I mean? Like, didn't want to have any sort of like, I guess, blemishes on it. But by the time you clean the rest, it would have been like, But anyway, that's one of the jobs that he used to have. Ronnie, okay, you're off to bed, you'll leave a lurk. No worries at all, Ronnie. I hope you have a great rest. It's an interesting movie, you've not seen it in a long time. Me neither. Yeah, I've seen the 3 movies. I actually went to see the third one at the cinema. But there's been talk about doing another one for a long time, but I think it's probably past the point where he will. I mean, I don't even know how old he is at the moment. Having a look, he's 83 years old. Ronnie, probably too late. Yeah, there was a fake trailer for Crocodile Dundee 4, but it was for tourism in Australia. And many different people were in it as well. Even Chris Hemsworth was. Yeah, it was 5 years ago. It had Margot Robbie, Chris Hemsworth, Hugh Jackman, and all that. But it's fake. The original movie was 37 years ago. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Ronnie, okay, you're really off now. Have a great rest of your stream. Maybe I'll see you in your morning. That's no worries at all, Ronnie. I hope you have a great sleep. Thank you so much for joining. And absolutely, I'll still be streaming for a while. I want to try and do a long one and try and get at least 3 characters done today if I can. But thanks again, dude. Want to highly recommend people check out Ronnie's channel if you haven't already. He's doing a playthrough of Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, finishing off DLC content. He might be playing the Miles Morales game as well. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed and, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 as well. He's a scientist in real life working in the field of regenerative medicine, so working on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS as well. And he's a great streamer, has a very fun and chill atmosphere on his channel. Definitely a great place to have some fun, chill out, and he's a great guy, so highly recommend. And Ronnie, you have a good rest, dude. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks again for the 16 months in a row, dude. That's really awesome. Thank you very much. Alright, so it's 3:07 PM in game time, and Pearson is just still sharpening his knife. Somewhere between, I think, 4:50 PM and 5, Abigail goes over to John Marston and they have a conversation about Jack. But that conversation that she has with Jack does not happen if you stick with her or John for the entire time. They will just stay where they are and go to the places that they go to. So not only do you get different dialogue at different times of the day, you also get different dialogue being triggered depending on who you're with. So if you follow a character around the whole day, you're not going to get all of the dialogue from them on that day that they probably will say. So that's going to make the tracking of their movements and all that type of stuff even more difficult, because there's more variables being added now. So I think what I'm going to have to do is incorporate that somehow into the playthrough. But I might wait until I put the playthrough on hold to figure that out. But I've made note anyway of when it happens. So hopefully we can get it to happen again.
Pearson.
Hi there.
Alright, now, in preparation, if I get this camera angle, Abigail's in the distance, Pearson's close to Arthur. So if I keep an eye on this, then I'll be able to see if she makes her way over that way, because I think that's the general area where Abigail and John spoke the last time. Alright, so let's see. Abigail's still at the tree, so let's see if she moves from there. Pearson's still sharpening his knife. He'll probably stay there until 5 PM. And then he'll just move slightly over to where his shop is. Right there. That might not technically be what it's called, but just for sake of ease, I'm calling it that. To differentiate between him near his wagon, him at his shop, and him near the food.
Don't let it go cold. Come along.
Alright, so 5:07 PM. Pearson goes there, but Abigail's not going over to where I thought she would go. Alright, so 5:09 PM. Pearson stands and drinks. It looks like Abigail's going to her tent. Alright, so it might just be in configuration 1 when Dutch
Arthur, it is good to be off that
comes up to talk to Arthur automatically.
You mind if we talk about this later?
Okay, sure. No problem.
Around 4:50 PM to 5 PM.
Arthur?
Okay, Susan should be the next character to come up and speak to Arthur. But maybe it's different in this configuration. Alright, so Pearson, where are you going now? 5:22 PM. Now, in the first configuration, at 5:22 PM, he walks over to the edge of camp where Lenny sometimes is. However, in this configuration, he's going to the edge of camp, but he's going over to this part of it. Whereas in the first configuration, he went to this spot at 5:35 PM.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan, folks is wondering what's happened to you.
Nothing, Miss Grimshaw.
Nothing is right. That's the point. That's the point. Work, Mr. Morgan. Folk need feeding. I never took you for the lazy type.
Hey there, Jonas. Welcome to you. I hope it's going good.
They're getting hungry, Mr. Morgan.
Who is?
Alright, so till 6 PM he stays there. Alright, so now it's time for configuration 3. Dutch is at his tent. Lenny is in camp. Thank you for the follow, Millhouse.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Where have you wandered off to?
Nope, not this configuration. Alright, need to reload until we get the configuration that I want.
Morning, Arthur.
Where did you get to? Jack, where are you?
Right here, Mama.
Jack, where are you?
Jonas, how far did you get into GTA 5? So still very early in the story on that game. We're just about to go see Lester as Michael for the first time. And because I'm doing a playthrough where I'm spending a lot of time hanging out with other characters, I'm doing that between missions. So we're still very early in the playthrough.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Now we have the configuration where Dutch is at his tent. But is Lenny in camp or out of camp? He's in camp. Alright, cool. Alright, so 9:05 AM or thereabouts. Jason's at the food fire. Now he'll go back to his wagon, I assume. Oh no, that's right, he goes over and gets the feed. I was calling it horse feed earlier, but it's not horse feed. It's just something else.
Use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Alright, so he will carry it to his wagon.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Can I lick your plate when you're done? Don't
No.
mess with me, please.
Alright, where's Pearson gonna go now? He's going to go here. Back to his shop. (9:27 a.m.) Alright, let's see how long he stays here for.
People are getting hungry, Pearson.
Believe me, you'll be the first to know.
This is the third configuration. Once I've actually tracked this until 6 PM in-game, then I'm going to start the process of antagonizing Pearson. He's actually the 10th character that I've been focusing on. However, to give you an idea of how massive this playthrough and time-consuming it's going to be, it takes 1 hour of real time for 9 AM to 6 PM to pass. So I'm doing that 3 times, which is 3 hours. Now that's only from 9 AM to 6 PM. I've started at 9 AM in the game because that's the earliest that it let me save once the gang actually got to this camp and the cutscenes were done and all that type of stuff. But I still need to do the other times in the 24-hour cycle as well. So if it takes me 3 hours just to cover 3 configurations for each character, just doing from 9 AM to 6 PM, imagine how many hours it's going to be when I start to get it to the point where it's like in 12-hour in-game blocks. Because until it gets to a point where I can do that, I have to do the 9 AM to 6 PM and cut it off at 6 PM. But what I think I will do is go from 6 PM to 6 AM the next day and cover all the characters that are in camp. What I don't know yet is whether or not they've programmed a 7-day cycle. So potentially they could have programmed a 7-day cycle as it goes on, and then once the 7th day is finished, it cycles back to the first day and the events that happened in that first 24 hours reappear. I don't know if it does that, or if after a 24-hour period it just reverts back to what the characters were initially doing until such time as you go and do a mission and make things change. So we haven't actually done any missions yet, so nothing has really changed in the story since we got to this camp. There's 16 characters currently in camp at the moment. The other characters, out of that 16, there's one, not out of that 16, sorry, there's 16 characters in camp at the moment. There's a few that are off in positions that kick off missions. Uncle is in camp, but he's a mission at the moment, so I can't interact with him without triggering the mission. So there will be characters at certain points who won't even be in the camp, but I've got to track all their movements as we go through the game. So it's not just at this point in the story and then wait until they go to the next camp. It's literally stay in the one camp before doing any missions, track all these characters' movements, antagonize them all, and then once that's all done and I figure out whether or not it's a 7-day cycle or a 24-hour cycle,
Good morning, Arthur.
when things repeat and loop, when I figure that out, I'll know for sure how much longer it'll take. But after that, there's also all these other characters in camp. This is only chapter 2, there's 6 chapters and they move to different camps throughout the story. So this is the magnitude of the playthrough that I'm currently doing. So there's going to be a lot of points where it's going to be boring, Arthur's just going to be standing here doing nothing, before we get to the point where I actually antagonize the characters. But I want to keep track of all the characters' movements at every point in the camp, at every point in the game, as part of a guide too. That way, when someone wants to see a certain character do a certain thing at a certain time, they know which time in camp, which configuration it's going to happen in, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to put this playthrough on hold. Once I do the rest of the characters from 9 AM to 6 PM, I'm going to put the playthrough on hold, and then I'm going to restart the game from the start on a new save file and do my annual playthrough of this game, which I've got a challenge that I'm going to do with it. It's not a challenge like don't take any damage or stealth or no Deadeye or this weapon only. It's a different kind of challenge, but I'm not going to say what it is yet until I'm ready to actually do the playthrough. But it's going to be a challenge that are going to make things difficult, only from the perspective of me playing it. It doesn't make sense until I actually say what I'm actually doing, so it's a bit cryptic at the moment, but yeah, any challenge of course can make it difficult how you play the game, but the challenge that I'm going to do is going to make things difficult in a different way than you might expect. But it should be something that doesn't mean I'm going to take months to do the playthrough though. Because this playthrough is going to take a year or more anyway, this current one. Focusing on the camp and everything. And then keep in mind, this is just the first pass through on this playthrough as well. Doing low honor. So once that phase is done completely, as in I get to the end of the game, finish the epilogue, having done low honor. I'm even going to do low honor for John Marston right at the end, in the epilogue. I'm going to do all that, and do all this stuff in the camp. And then once that's done, restart the game from the start, do the whole process again, except doing high honor throughout the whole game. And when I do the high honor phase, I won't be antagonizing characters. I'll be greeting them, all of them, including Micah. Whereas in this low honor pass through, I'm actually antagonizing everyone. Alright, so it's almost 11 AM in game. In the other two configurations, Pearson stayed and prepared food until 12 PM.
Can we eat soon, Pearson?
All in good time.
our food gonna be ready soon?
Do you want it cooked right or not?
Alright, 11:45 a.m. So Pearson should be here until 12 p.m. preparing food. But Pearson, I thought we didn't have any food. What's this? Pulling like 100,000 rabbits out of the barrel. How many's in there actually? Not really that many. He's got an endless supply. Now Pearson doesn't know what to do with himself. He's like, am I supposed to be doing something? Oh, that's right. I'm the camp chef. I need to be cooking. That's right. Alright, so where is Pearson going to go now?
Hello, Arthur.
Alright, so 12:05 p.m. he goes over here again. Hey there, One Love. Yeah, put that in his stew. Could you imagine if you could do stuff like that? That'd be so funny if you could. Then you just see everyone like stumbling around. So he shouldn't stay here for long. And then once he's left, he'll go back to the to his wagon to sharpen his knife, I assume.
what I like to see.
Alright, so Pearson goes to sharpen his knife again. 12. I'll put it about 12:20 p.m. Alright, so if it's anything like the other two configurations, he will stay here until 5 p.m. in game time. Now I want to keep Abigail in view just in case she goes and speaks to John Marston again. There's something else that I figured out. Depending on where you are in camp, sometimes a character will have a conversation with another. But if you stay with one of those characters for the whole time, they don't have the conversation ever. Even in these 3 configurations I've worked out. So that means that there's going to be points where I have to figure that out. So I'm going to leave that until later. But it's something else to have to think about.
Oh, Dutch.
Hello.
You okay?
Yeah, Pearson, fine and dandy. Just keeping an eye on Pearson, making sure he doesn't put anything bad in our food. What about you, Strauss? You going around asking people if they want money and then lending them exorbitant amounts? How about the money that you fucking, get from them? How about you go and basically, how about the money you give to them, you get back yourself? Save Arthur from getting tuberculosis, you piece of shit.
Good to see you.
Alright, 2:41 p.m. If it's like any other configuration so far, Pearson will stay here till about 5 p.m. Alright, so when it hits 6 p.m, that's when I'll be reloading the save, except this time I'll be doing it to actually antagonize Pearson. And there's 4 different combinations that I do. So the first combination is you antagonize every step. And then once I've exhausted doing that, getting as much dialogue not only from Arthur but also Pearson. Sometimes you'll get loop dialogue from Arthur, but new dialogue from Pearson. Sometimes the other way around. So I'll do that as much as I can, and then once that first configuration of that is done, the next combination is antagonize but then follow it up with a diffuse and then bounce back and forth. Exhaust that. Third one is greet and then antagonize, because doing these differences actually gets you different dialogue again. So the third variation is doing the greet then antagonize. Then the fourth and final one is greeting twice, because the character will respond positively twice, and then you give them a negative antagonize, and then that gives them different dialogue again. There's probably heaps of other different combinations that you could do, but I just settled on those ones to try and get as much of the dialogue from both characters, both Arthur and the person being antagonized, as possible.
Miss Grimshaw?
Miss Grimshaw?
The sales guy kept pushing, though I'd already said no many times. So I shouted, "Non, Nev, nein," but he wouldn't take no for an answer. Hey, Mr. Gote, thanks for that. Thanks for redeeming it. How's it going, dude? Take no for an answer.
I trust all's well.
Well, still alive.
Good for you.
Oh, that's excellent, Mr. Gote. I'm glad that you're feeling much better, especially getting some more sleep too. That's awesome. It's always good to get some good sleep. So Returnal is out on PC. Ah, so I didn't realize it hadn't. Because that game came out a while ago now too, didn't it? Like, not 3 or 4 years ago, but I mean, like, wasn't it like a year ago or something? I think I might have seen some of it, but I can't really remember. Mr. Gote, yeah, PlayStation has made a PlayStation Studios, which is their Steam page now, so they can bring some games over from console to PC. That's really cool that they've done that. It's a good way to get more exposure too, because you're reaching the player base that only plays PC games and doesn't like consoles too, which is one of those things, right? Like, it's good to see that happening. That's why I was happy that Red Dead Redemption 2 came out on PC. I know it had its issues apparently when it first came out on PC, but hopefully they sorted them out enough to a point where it's actually really, good experience playing it. Alright, so it's 5 PM in game time. Pearson is still here, but he will move soon. And I think he'll go to the edge of camp, I think. Oh, that's right, he stops there for a little bit. Just to have a drink. And if he follows his other configurations, and Susan's going to come over soon and talk to Arthur, I think. No, Mary Beth first, that's right. But we're going to do not now, because I've already gotten plenty of examples of her dialogue at this point.
Okay then. Not to worry.
So this conversation that Abigail's having with Sadie, that's happening this late in this configuration. But normally it happens at a different time. However, because I'm not actually following those characters around, it means that the game then randomizes certain conversations to happen at different times than they would have done if you stayed with that character the whole time.
Come on, get it while it's hot.
That tells me you got the courage. Courage to live.
Alright, now he's going this way. In the first configuration, he went this way. In the second one, he went the other way. Now he's going this way to be on this edge of camp. But then he should go to the other side of camp on the edge. Alright, so that's about 5:27 PM. We'll just round it down to 25. Okay, he didn't stay there long.
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, that's right.
We need food. How'd you know I was
Doing
gonna
this.
say that? This is
We've
not
already
what I
heard
wanna
this
deal with right now, okay?
a lot of time as well.
Well, fine then.
How are things with you? You know me. Good.
Alright, so Pearson will stay here until then. So I think he started walking at like, let's say 5:30 PM. Pearson goes to edge of camp. A big tree. There we go. So he should stay there until 6 PM now. And when it hits 6 PM, I'll be reloading the save, and then we're going to start the process of being an asshole to Pearson.
You okay?
Sure.
Alrighty then.
Why you walking around so sad?
I'm not sad, just bored.
You're bored. Bored's good. Bored means you ain't scared. Be grateful for being bored, lady. Soon enough, you're gonna be scared.
When I was a little girl, I guess I hoped for... I don't know. I used to dream a lot.
We all dreamt a lot. Then we grew into women. Saw what the world was for us. How little it values us.
Guess.
Cheer up. Smile. Try to forget about things.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so we've heard that conversation
Praying real hard.
before between Abigail and Tilly. Alright. Okay, so now it's time to reload the save. And we're going to start the antagonizing process now with Pearson. Now for this process, it doesn't matter to me which configuration it's in, because whatever configuration it's in doesn't matter when you're just antagonizing the characters. The only one that causes some trouble is the configuration where Dutch comes up to us automatically. The only way to actually skip it is to go to Arthur's shaving kit before Dutch gets to you. Because you can't skip what he says to you. Unlike other characters later, where if they come up to you to talk, you can say not now to them. But at the start of this part of the story, we can't say no to Dutch. But that's okay, because Dutch is over there. Alright, so the first process, the first combination when antagonizing a character in this playthrough is we do antagonize all the way.
I've got an idea, Pearson. Make something edible.
Don't, Arthur. Come on.
The slop you turned those poor deer into. Unbelievable.
Is this meant to be funny?
Next time, you can go hunting in the snow, and I'll murder the cooking.
Listen, I'm not rising to this.
So the game will have a cooldown period where I can't interact with him anymore. It is faster for me to reload my save than it is to wait for that cooldown period to happen. So after each time, I just reload the save.
Good morning.
Jack, where are you?
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Hey, what did I do?
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why are you doing this?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Fine. I'll just ignore you.
Arthur with the burns. Burning a chef. Now that makes me think. Arthur being an antagonizing asshole versus Gordon Ramsay. Wonder how that would go down. Actually, no, he'd be siding with Arthur against Pearson. He'd be getting Pearson's food and shoving it in his face, swearing at him. Asking him if he would eat this shit that he's giving.
Hello, Arthur.
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
I'm just minding my own business here.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
What's the problem here?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Okay, you do what you want.
Pope Clement, hear me. Before this year is out, you will answer for your crimes before God Almighty. And you, King Philip, no punishment is too heinous for the great evil you have inflicted upon the temple. I curse you to the 13th generation of your blood. You shall be cursed. Take it easy, I'm just needling you. Thank you so much for redeeming that Arnie impression and combining that speech from Assassin's Creed Unity and the take it easy, I'm just needling you. How's things going?
okay, Mr. Morgan?
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Hey, come on now.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
What are you getting at me for?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Look, I'm not getting dragged into this.
Oh, did you, Harbinger? You had this scene in your mind since last night? It was, needling you. It was like, remember. No, that was quite clever. I wasn't even expecting it, because sometimes I don't actually fully read the redemption before I read it out. So when I got to that last part where it's like, take it easy, I'm just needling you, I almost started to laugh while I was doing it.
Mr. Morgan.
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Not this again.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why are you being like this?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you.
Alright, so Arthur is repeating a lot of the same stuff, but there are slight variations in what Pearson's saying in response. So I will do this a few more times, and then once I'm satisfied there's like pretty much nothing new from either of them, then I'll actually start doing the second combination. Out of 4 that there is, that I'll be doing.
Hi there, Arthur.
Where have you wandered off to?
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Oh, just what I need.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why have you got a problem with me?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Look, I'm too busy for this.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, Arthur.
Where have you
What are you
wandered
making?
off to?
Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Hey, what did I do?
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why do you get like this?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Listen, I'm not rising to this.
You're not rising to this, are you? That's fair enough. Just like your cakes probably wouldn't rise if you were baking them, Pearson.
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Hey, come on now.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why have you got a problem with me?
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Okay, you do what you want.
Alright, so we'll do it one more time, and then we'll go to the next combination of antagonizing, which will be antagonize, diffuse, back and forth until the game won't let us do it again. Because that'll get you different dialogue. And Harbinger will probably hear more of, take it easy, I'm just needling you. That's the command that I've got set up. So if anyone feel free to use it. It's...
Can anybody spare me a bite?
No.
Thank you.
Eat your fingernails. Oh, that's right. You can't even do that, Kieran. Tied to Paul right now. Okay, so this is the configuration In this configuration, Pearson is somewhere else, and then he comes back into camp. But for the purpose of doing this, I'll just get him to teleport here.
Really need you boys to get out there and hunt. Supplies are low.
You know, I'll just come back later.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
There he is. The camp pig.
Not this again.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
No wonder we're always short of food.
What are you getting at me for?
Okay, I really am done now.
Well, good then. I think.
You eat it all.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you.
You eat it all. I don't know why that posted that twice. Stream Elements is doing some weird stuff. Because I'm doing this process of antagonizing now and not following Pearson in that configuration, even though he wasn't in camp, to just make the process quicker. Just go there, interact with that, and make him teleport there. So we'll do this combination until it's exhausted out, and then the third combination, which will be greet, then antagonize.
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Don't, Arthur, come on.
Take it easy, I'm just needling you.
Yeah, very good.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
What's the problem here?
Sorry, I don't know why. I find this so entertaining.
How very amusing.
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Look, I'm too busy for this. How you doing?
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Oh, just what I need.
I'm only kidding around.
Yeah, I know your games by now.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, I'm done now. I swear.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Listen, I'm not rising to
There
this.
must be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
Damn it, Pearson.
Where have you wandered off to?
I apologize in advance for this stew. It needs better meat.
So you're
Sorry, got nothing for you right now.
Tied to the tree, so I guess I must be.
I wish you'd stayed at sea.
Hey, what did I do?
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
How very amusing.
With the other walruses?
Is this meant to be funny?
Sorry. I'll stop messing with you now.
Well, good then.
With the other walruses.
Rather than poisoning us.
Fine. I'll just ignore you.
I can't get the image in my mind now of Pearson with tusks. Or if that's the actual thing that they called with walruses.
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Hey, come on now.
I'm only joking with you.
Yeah, I know your games by now.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why have you got a problem with me?
Sorry. No, I'll stop it now.
How very amusing.
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you. How are you?
What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Not this again.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Yeah, very good.
I swear, it tastes better coming up than it does going down.
Why do you get like this?
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
Yeah, I know your games by now.
If the Navy taught you to cook, they've got a lot to answer for.
Look, I'm not getting dragged into this.
Alright, now I'm curious. Will Arthur say that same line if Pearson isn't there at that point? Because now I'm starting to think that maybe sometimes where they're actually sitting and standing, or what they're doing, will actually also affect what dialogue they say when you antagonize them.
Morning, Arthur.
So we'll wait till he actually moves away from that spot. Harbinger, you're playing Wasteland 2 in your free time. It takes place in Arizona. The Red Dead 2 music is so fitting. Oh, that would be Harbinger, to have that music going when you're doing that. It's really cool that there's sort of like different sort of things that music from one game can fit with. Okay, so Stream Elements is really doing something weird. Whenever I put in a command, it repeats it later on its own. Stream Elements is becoming self-aware. We were all wrong. It wasn't Skynet that was going to take over the world, it was Stream Elements.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
All I hear about is you moaning, Karen.
Don't you start.
So, what's for dinner? Dysentery again?
I'm just minding my own business here.
No chance of getting fat around here.
Why are you being like this?
At least it smells better coming out than it does going in.
Okay, you do what you want.
Alright, so he never said that when Pearson was actually over this way. So now I know for sure that your dialogue also changes depending on where the character you're speaking to is and what they're doing. Oh my god. See, this is the thing, like, no matter how thorough I am in trying to track all this stuff, there's going to be variables that I don't think about.
Please don't hurt me. Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
I just heard that Adler woman wants to cut your dick off and feed it to her horse.
Mister, please.
Harbinger, that dude's haircut reminds you of Langston in Control. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. You're not wrong. See, it does take a while for you to be able to actually do this. But yeah, I mean, I've got to have a bit of a cutoff point. Because the thing about it is, like, if you antagonize a character, it interrupts their movements and what path they take and all that kind of stuff. So if I'm trying to cover all the different movements of the characters in the camp by focusing on each one, then I also need to do the same, but when they move to a different spot, antagonize them and do it again. So I don't know, there has to be a way to... Stream elements, what the fuck? Now it's just putting things in automatically. Something going wrong with that.
I've got an idea, Pearson. Make something edible.
Look, it wasn't funny the first time.
I'm only joking with you.
Well, good then. I think.
The slop you turned those poor deer into. Unbelievable.
Why have you got a problem with me?
I'm
Enough
only
of that,
kidding
Arthur.
around.
How very amusing.
Next time you can go hunting in the snow, and I'll murder the cooking. Take it easy, I'm just needling you. What are you making? Another fine meal of rotten onions and spoiled meat?
Fine. I'll just ignore you.
Well, the good thing is I know the movements of the characters, so I know what time that they move to different spots. So what I might do is wait until later, after I do my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2 and then resume this playthrough. I'll worry about actually following the characters around and antagonizing each different spot. Because what I can do is, before each interaction, I can do a save. So that I can go from where they are in one spot, save it, and then antagonize them, and then reload that save, and then do a system where I've got multiple saves covering the different movements. But I'll work that out later.
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
I'm the feller tied to the tree, so...
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Hold on.
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing at all.
For the first time,
Time in weeks. Nothing. We're free.
We're free. We're
Free to
free
plan our own
to
future
plan
once more.
Our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the
Kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept
You
it.
always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
I ain't losing it now.
Goodbye, Dutch.
I wish you'd stayed at sea.
Oh, just what I need.
I'm only joking with you.
Yeah, very good.
With the other walruses?
Is this meant to be funny?
I'm only
Maybe
kidding
after
around.
lunch, eh?
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
With the other walruses.
Rather than poisoning us.
Look, I'm too busy for this.
Harrison.
Too busy for it, are you?
Come on now, Pearson.
Yeah, come on now, Pearson. Get out of the road. What are you doing? What do you think this is? Alright, so I think what I'll do is call it for those two combinations. Now to move on to the third one, which is we greet first, then we antagonize, and then we diffuse. Harbinger, if that contributes towards low honor, you can't wait to see what actually makes things even worse. Yeah, well that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know how much what you antagonize people with goes to low honor. Like, I mean, in the game world, yeah, but your own gang members, I don't know if you lose honor from antagonizing them. I mean, you gain honor from greeting NPCs, so I don't know if the other way happens if you antagonize them.
Make a big pot. I'm starving. Come on. You can do better than that.
I would have thought one was enough.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
Yeah, I know your games by now. Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Pearson. Come on. Give me that again.
Yes, hello, Arthur.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Well, good then. I think.
Where did you get to?
You okay?
Hi there, Arthur.
One more time, just for luck.
Hello?
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
How very amusing.
Where did you get to?
Could really use some good meat for this stew. Actually, I'll come back to you later, okay?
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
Pearson.
I'm the fella tied
Hello, Arthur.
Now, one that sounds sincere.
Not my problem.
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
Well, I'll leave this here then.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Morning.
Where did you get
Come on, I thought we were friends.
Staying out of that.
Take it easy, I'm just needling you.
Well, good then. I think. Oh, hello.
Morning to you. Come on, give me that again.
What the hell?
I'm only kidding around.
Yeah, I know your games by now.
Alright, so we'll do this again, and then we'll do the fourth combination, which is greet twice and then antagonize.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Hey. One more time, just for luck.
Yes, hello, Arthur.
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
Yeah.
See you. All right. Make it a good one today. Oh, I will. I'm joking, of course. Everything you make tastes of old boots.
Don't, Arthur. Come on.
I'm only joking with you.
How very amusing.
I'm very into my crafting at the moment, Mr. Morgan. I'm very happy to make you something if you bring me the right materials. How you doing?
Good morning. Need any supplies?
Always. I can never have too much.
That's because you eat and drink for 5 men.
Hey, what did I do?
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah, I know your games by now. Hello there.
There he is. What are you making for?
You'll see.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll taste like boiled socks.
Hey, come on now.
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
Tree, so
How are you?
Morning to you. Don't you ever get fed up with all this?
Sometimes, I suppose.
I mean, your life must have been pretty pathetic if this is an upgrade.
Not this again.
I'm only kidding around.
How very amusing. How you doing?
Where did you get
Hello.
to?
You seem in a good mood,
I do?
but I see how much you really hate yourself.
I'm just minding my own business here.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah, very good.
Hello there.
Alright, I'm going to wait for Pearson to move away from this spot. Dutch will be coming to us soon. So to try and stop him, there he is, interact with this. There we go, now he should leave us alone.
Pearson.
Hi there.
Don't you ever get fed up with all this?
Sometimes, I suppose.
I mean, your life must have been pretty pathetic if this is an upgrade.
Don't, Arthur. Come on.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
Well, good then. I think.
Use a slug of whiskey.
Alright, I'll try this one more time, and then that'll be the fourth combination of dialogue with Pearson done, and then that'll be it for him. For 9 AM to 6 PM, that is.
Pearson.
Hey there.
Thank you for all your work.
Of course, Mr. Morgan.
You'll make someone a fine wife one day.
Oh, just what I need.
I'm only kidding around.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell.
You're the O'Driscoll, huh?
So we got something different again. Alright, one more time, since we got something different we hadn't heard yet.
Morning, Arthur.
Hey there.
Where did you get to?
Thank you for all your work.
Of course, Mr. Morgan.
You'll make someone a fine wife one day.
Not this again.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
How very amusing.
Of course, we get the same thing. Alright, anyway, that's the fourth combination done. Which means that we've done with Pearson from 9 AM to 6 PM. So that is the 10th character that we've done that with. Okay, so I'm not really going to like doing this, but the next character that I'll be doing this focus on is Tilly. Another one of those characters that in all the playthroughs I've done of this game, from 2018 when the game first came out to now, at least once a year, I've never antagonized characters like Tilly, Abigail, John, Jack, Hosea, Mary Beth. The characters I never usually antagonize. But for this playthrough, I'm sacrificing that streak to do it. But yeah, we're going to be focusing on Tilly next. We have Tilly, Karen, Strauss, Hosea, Kieran, and Micah left. So what configuration do we have? Alright, we have the configuration that I don't want, which is Dutch it is 10. Alright, so next up is Tilly, 11th character during the day that we're doing this with. Config 1, Dutch approaches Arthur and speaks, and Sadie taunts Kieran.
How are you?
Still not the configuration I want. Still not the configuration I want. Alright, we finally got the combination that I want. Alright, so Tilly should be over with the other characters of Karen, Mary Beth. There we go. So Dutch is going to do his talking to us.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
For the first time
In weeks, nothing. We're free. We're
Nothing.
free. Tahiti?
We're free.
Tahiti? Plan.
Free.
Mango.
Plan our own
Faith.
futures once more. I
Yeah.
hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur.
You always kept it. I ain't
You
losing it
always
now.
kept it.
Goodbye, Dutch. Piss off.
And I ain't
Fuck you.
losing it now.
Goodbye. See you later. Next time. Fuck you. Go make your plans. Whatever. Alright.
Morning, Arthur.
So 9:11 a.m. And Tilly is with Karen
You know, all
and Mary
this,
Beth.
it used to feel like one big party.
How wrong I was.
It's not all so bad.
Oh, hello.
Alright, so this process takes 3 hours. There's 3 different configurations. They take an hour of real time each to cover. And then it'll take about an hour to do the antagonizing stuff. Sometimes. From about 40 minutes to an hour worth.
Not smell of campfire again.
I think it's in our skin now.
And that's only from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I still need to do the other hours within the 24-hour cycle.
Here we are, another day older.
And definitely not wiser.
How's that food coming along, Pearson?
Morning, Arthur.
Pearson! I'm famished.
Lenny?
I don't even want to know what's in this.
One of these days, we'll actually get the men to help with the laundry. I wouldn't hold your breath.
Just gotta force it down.
Smells delightful, Mr. Pearson.
Alright, so it's 11:34 a.m. So Mary Beth is still with them too, and in configuration 1 she'll stay here until 1:20, and Tilly and Karen stay behind. But I don't know when Tilly will actually move somewhere else, because that actually does happen. When I was actually tracking Mary Beth in this playthrough, Tilly left first and then Karen, but I don't know what times they were.
Is that food gonna be ready soon?
to hunt for some better meat.
I won't even ask what's in this.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
I'm miserable, Dutch.
Okay, so Mary Beth is wandering off. So it's around that time, 1:20 p.m., around there. 118, 119, 120, somewhere around there. So now to see when Tilly leaves. So in this configuration, Tilly from 9 AM so far up until 1:22 PM just stays here.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
You okay?
I think you know the answer to that.
I know how you feel. I don't even want to know what's in this.
Just gotta force it down.
Okay, we have movement. Alright, so Tilly at 3:04 p.m. in the first configuration. She'll get up. Now where we'll go to. Ah, that's right.
Hi, Miss Grimshaw.
Miss Tilly?
There we go. So at 3:04 p.m. Tilly gets up and goes to where Hosea and Lenny are eating.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
won't even ask what's in this.
Howdy, partner. Hey there, Senny. How's it going for you today? We're now focused on another character that I do not look forward to antagonizing, Tilly.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
Crooked, oh no, she definitely doesn't deserve that, but sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for science. That's true. Arthur being a bully. Need to do that to everyone, unfortunately. I got done with Pearson not long ago. So including Tilly, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more characters left to cover from 9 AM to 6 PM. I need to test some things after getting those characters done, but that's the point where I'm going to put this playthrough on hold once I've covered that. You're doing alright, you didn't sleep very well, but fortunately that's a rarity. Oh damn, dude. That sucks that you didn't sleep very well at all. That's annoying when that happens. Hopefully you won't be, too tired today and stuff. I hope you had a great time with your family. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Good, cheers. Yeah, it was lovely. Your sis cooked up some pasta, then you hung out in the city where your parents told us all about how it looked like when they were young. Nice. So you got a tour of the places with some nostalgic commentary. That's cool. It can be amazing, I imagine, though, how things can change over time. And how buildings can sometimes stay exactly the same, even though things around them are completely different. Like I think about areas in the world where technology has encroached, however there's still little spots where you can see areas that haven't been touched by it yet. But that sounds good, some pasta. I love pasta stuff. It's absolutely delicious. Speaking of delicious, I don't know if Pearson's cooking can be considered that. I don't even think Lucy Thorne would like it. Crooked, absolutely. There's definitely more kebab places than in the mid-80s, lol. Yeah, that's it. Especially since then. Oh shit, Tilly's wandered off. I just noticed.
Arthur, it's good to be off that mountain. I never knew I could be so cold.
I know, Mary Beth.
I like it here.
So let's say around 5:10. I'll round it down to 5:10 p.m.
New Hanover. My lord. My mother came from somewhere here.
You know where?
No, I hardly know much about her. She died when I was young.
Shit, Tilly, you... Where'd she go now? Like, seriously. I was actually looking at my document, typing some stuff about where she went. Now she's just completely disappeared. I didn't see where she went. That was quick. Ah, there she is. Alright. Okay, so goes to edge of camp near where Sadie sits on a rock. There we go. I'm like, Tilly, where are you going? I see Stream Elements is still doing that thing. It's doing a thing today where when a command is put through, it decides to double it up. Sometimes it comes through straight away, other times it comes through later. Yeah, Crooked, Tilly appears exactly when she means to. Hi, Precision Gareth. Hiya, Precision Gareth. It's going to be so good to replay that game again, I can't wait. And last year for my annual, in the main story, after each quest I went back and spoke to the quest giver. But I ran out of time to do it with the 2 DLC, but for my annual playthrough this year, I'll be doing the 2 DLC the same way. So the main game, I won't worry about doing it with. With the exception of Hepzibah. With Hepzibah's stuff, I'll make an exception. In fact, I wouldn't mind incorporating that into every playthrough now. But yeah, the 2 DLC, when I do those in my annual playthrough of it, I'll make sure to go to each quest giver. It's a shame you can't mark more than one place on the map, like you can in Valhalla, because there's a few characters that are hard to keep track of. Because some will just disappear completely from the game world. Crooked, that's really odd. Can't say you had that happening with your chatbots before, but they really love to disconnect from your account so commands don't work anymore. Oh, jeez, Crooked. That'd be so frustrating, especially not even knowing before you even use the damn thing, whether it's one of those commands that's happened to or not. That's true, sometimes they roam around the world too. Exactly, you know, going on their little pathways and stopping, and then you get some characters that just basically go to a spot and stop there and they just don't move from it. They don't go anywhere at all. So it's 5:46 PM in-game on this configuration, and Tilly is going to be standing near that tree. Just like Mary Beth is standing near that tree. Something I found out earlier today, Crooked, is that if you stay with one character the whole time, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to get all the dialogue that they have, especially when they're interacting with another character. When I was focused on Pearson, I was actually just watching him, and then Abigail went over to John and they had a conversation about Jack, which doesn't trigger if you follow John all the way or if you follow Abigail all the way through the camp in that time frame. So you get different dialogue happening around the camp based on you not being near those characters as well. So it's going to make things more complex to keep track of stuff. So what I might need to do is later on, I'm going to leave it after I postpone this playthrough for a little bit. I'm going to leave it until later on to actually suss all that out. Right, so that's that configuration. So Tilly just basically stays there until 6 p.m. So not much happened in that configuration. 9:11, Tilly is with Karen and Mary Beth at their tent. 3:04 p.m, Tilly gets up and goes to Hosea and Lenny. 5:10 p.m, goes to the edge of camp where Sadie sits. So that was config 1. Now config 2 is Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny is out of camp. Now this one I've had a bit of trouble in the last couple of streams of actually triggering. Oh, absolutely crooked, you know. So I have to incorporate that. And then when you're antagonizing characters, what Arthur will say to them can change depending on where the character is actually situated. I had Pearson in front of the cooking pot, and there was things that he would say, but when he moved over to another spot and Arthur spoke to him, new stuff was said by Arthur. So there's also that aspect as well that I have to sort of like incorporate later on. Alright, Dutch is at his tent, but is Lenny outside of camp?
Good morning, Arthur.
Oh my god. Holy shit. For the first time in a long time, it hasn't taken me that long to get this configuration to trigger. The last 2 streams it's taken like 15 to 20 damn attempts to get it.
Morning, Arthur. Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey? Morning.
Good morning. Alright, so 9:10 a.m. Configuration 2. Tilly is with Karen and Mary Beth at their tent. So in the first configuration, Tilly was here till 3:04 p.m.
All this, it used to feel like one big party. How wrong I was.
It's not all so bad.
So Crooked, I've added a new command in a while ago. There's this one from Brotherhood. That's the actual proper quote from Chezide. However, I've also added this one where you can change the word die to something different.
I wonder if I'll ever not smell of campfire again.
I think it's in our skin now.
Oh yeah, Crooked. There's just so many things, like, there's so many quotes that could be done to that effect. Unfortunately, I haven't worked out a way to make multiple words be able to be changed.
Another day older.
And definitely not wiser.
Father, do you not see? I control all of this. If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take. If I want you to take a bite, you take a bite. Yeah, PG-18 word. It's funny, Arthur antagonizes Pearson by saying something like, you know, I can't believe, I think you should go back to being at sea. And then he follows it up with the other walruses. That really cracked me up. And I had this image in my mind of Pearson with tusks coming out of the side of his mouth. After with his insults. Someone still needs to do a mod where you can press a button and Arthur will say a random quote from the game that he says. Whenever you want him to. Even in cutscenes. That'd be hilarious. If it could even be triggered in cutscenes. It's like when Dutch leaves Arthur later on in the game, after Eagle Flies gets killed. As Dutch leaves, Arthur can be like, "Okay, catch you later then." Hey Susan. Why Susan? Oh yeah, Crooked. I mean, you know, you could do that in a video, like you could edit it like that, but yeah, to actually be able to play the game and press a button and have Arthur actually just say random dialogue in gameplay and cutscenes, like that would just add a whole extra layer of hilarity to it. You could even just spam him saying a word. But the great thing is though, like, especially if you had Arthur with his back to the camera, because you're not seeing his mouth move, so you don't have to worry about making sure that what he's saying actually matches any lip movement. It'd be coming very handy for those sorts of moments too. I'll link it again, but there was this cool video that Roger Clark did. He's on that site called Cameo, which celebrities and that are on it. You pay them money and they can do video messages and stuff. Like, some people obviously ask for, like, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but you get some people that, you know, don't ask for as much, but, you know, they can record a message for you. But Roger Clark did a message for someone who wanted a ringtone to also double as, like, you know, a phone alarm. So I'll just link that again. But it's just so funny. Like, imagine you're asleep and then you just hear Arthur yelling at you to get up and wake up. And Crooked, that's what makes you every couple of days, wakes you every couple of days. Get up, you lazy bastard.
One of these days, we'll actually get the men to help with the laundry. I wouldn't hold your breath.
If one does, don't let it be Micah. I wouldn't trust him to do washing. I mean, he's already a dirty bastard anyway. He makes the air dirty just being outside. I just had this image of A Plague Tale, except all the rats are actually with the head of Micah just running around. So Mary Beth, in the other configuration, she leaves this area at 3:04 p.m., leaving Tilly and Tilly and Karen there. But in the first configuration, Tilly goes to Hosea and Lenny. I don't know if that'll be the same in this configuration or not. Just have to wait and see. So it usually takes about 3 hours to cover the character's movements from 9 AM to 6 PM, and then about 40 minutes to another hour on top of that to actually do the antagonizing. Tilly's the second character this stream. The last couple of streams, I think I've only managed to focus on 2 characters, but in this stream I want to actually get 3 done. So it's almost 7 PM, and we've been here in the camp already once with Tilly. So this is the second one, and then there'll be another one after this. So being almost 7 PM, it'll probably be like 9 PM, I think, by the time I get at least done finishing the antagonizing of Tilly. So I think that timing will work out well, and then I can do another character. If I get 3 characters done in this stream, that leaves 4 left after that. Don't know if next week I'll be able to fit all 4 in, but I'm going to try and see if I can. The character of Kieran, it's not going to be too difficult with him because he doesn't go anywhere, and he's not going to take very long because all I'll do with him is basically antagonize because he's tied up at the pole at this point in the story, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. In fact, he won't be going until that mission where he tells Arthur and Dutch that he knows where Colm O'Driscoll is hiding. Ends up that he's not there, but that's enough for Kieran to be promoted to not we trust you, but we don't think you're as bad as we thought you might have been, but you're still pretty shitty kind of thing. You're still pretty shit kind of opinion of him.
I couldn't be in finer feathers. Good for you.
Alright, so Mary Beth has left and Tilly is still here. 1:22 p.m. currently in game time. In the first configuration, Tilly stayed here till 3:04 p.m. and then went over to Hosea and Lenny. So let's see if in this second configuration she follows the same. A little bit of thunder and lightning for a change. Alright, so the in-game time is 2:33 PM. Let's see if Tilly at 3:04 PM or thereabouts actually leaves to sit next to Hosea and Lenny, like she did in the first configuration. Shit, I take my eyes off the screen for 1 second. Alright, so
Miss Grimshaw?
same time, 3:04 PM. Alright, so in the first configuration, Tilly stayed here till about 5:10 PM. So let's see if in this second configuration she does the same. So something I will be doing in this playthrough as I go through, of course, is whenever there's a story moment where we get asked to do something, I'm always going to have Arthur choose the negative response to whatever it is. Even if choosing the negative response doesn't actually stop the event from happening. Like, for example, there's a point where Sadie asks Arthur if she wants to help him take down the remaining O'Driscolls, and you can choose to say no, but you'll still go and do the mission anyway, of course. It'll just change the dialogue that happens in that cutscene with Sadie if you do decide to at first say that you won't go and help her out. And, you know, if Arthur gets offered money, even though it's a bit wishy-washy, like you could say that him accepting the money isn't low honor thing to do, but I'm just going to include it as a low honor thing to do, to actually take the money that gets offered to Arthur when he helps someone out, just to keep things consistent and going one track. Alright, so 5:06 PM and Tilly is moving. And she's going into the same spot as before.
I wish it every goddamn day.
I know.
You know, if I had any courage, if I wasn't so damn weak, I'd kill myself too.
We both know that ain't true. We both know the bravery is in the living.
Alright, so Tilly goes to the exact same spot that she was in the first configuration. And then Mary Beth joins her as well.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
I hope so. I really do.
I know so. Excuse me. I'm always around if you need someone.
Alright, so it's 6 PM in-game. So that is the second out of 3 configurations with Tilly covered. So now to get the configuration when Dutch is at his tent, but this time around Lenny is actually in camp, at the edge of camp, where he usually stands. So I'm going to keep reloading the save until I get that configuration.
Morning, Arthur.
Alright, we have Dutch in place. Just need to see if Lenny is in camp this time. And he is. Awesome.
Morning, Arthur.
That's the second time in a row it's actually loaded the very specific configuration that I want when I want it. Not 20 reloads later. Ah, now Tilly's not even here. So I wonder where she's gone. Thank you so much for the follow, Heisendax. Okay, Tilly, where are you standing at the moment? Aha, okay, so she's sitting over at that side of camp. In this configuration. That's something photo modes come in handy for in this playthrough as well. Finding where a character's located without the chance of them leaving before I find out. There we go, alright, so we'll say 9:10 AM in configuration 3. So she's at the edge of camp near the rock where Sadie sits. Let's see, until 6 PM, what Tilly's movements are in this configuration.
People are getting hungry, Pearson.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so in this third configuration, Tilly is still on the edge of camp, and it's 10:22 a.m. So she's been there for over an hour now.
I'm famished.
People are getting hungry, Pearson.
Alright, so Tilly's been there for a while in configuration 3. It's 12:51 PM and she's been there since 9:10 AM.
How are you? I trust all's well.
How do you think I'm doing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in this configuration, Tilly might just stay there the whole time until 6 p.m.
Hi there, Arthur.
Alright, so Tilly is moving from that spot now. So 3:02 p.m. Okay, so where does Tilly go? Okay, so she goes over to Hosea. Lenny's not there at the moment, but usually he is.
Hello, Tilly.
Alright, so 5:07 p.m. Tilly starts to move.
What a delightful surprise. Hello, Karen. Hello, Miss Grimshaw. How was your meal? Fine. I'm so glad.
Oh, Arthur, it is good to be off that mountain. I never...
I'm real sorry. I can't talk
Hard about if we'd have to eat you.
Hey, I'm so damn weak. I'd kill myself too.
We both know that ain't true. We both know the bravery is in the living. I don't know.
Alright, so Tilly goes to this spot again.
I can tell you're brave, Miss Sadler. I really can.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
Oh, no.
Alright, so Tilly should stay there till 6 p.m. in game time. And then, once it reaches that time, that's the 3 configurations covering Tilly's movements done. Then comes the point that I'm not looking forward to, because I really like the character. But for this playthrough, we have to antagonize every member of the gang. So, once this in-game time reaches 6, I'll reload the save that I made, and then do that process. I don't have to get a specific configuration for this. Whatever configuration loads up, I just use that and then go and antagonize the character. I worked out that depending on where the character is, you might get some different dialogue antagonizing. But that aspect I'm going to have to cover later on in the playthrough. There's just too many variables to keep track of.
Uncle Arthur.
Hi, girls.
Hey.
Hope these boys know what they're doing.
Me too.
Alrighty then, so that is that process done with Tilly. Now for the process I wasn't looking forward to, which is antagonizing. For those who don't know, I've played this game at least once a year since 2018 when it came out, and I've never actually antagonized a lot of characters in the game. So this is the first time doing that. And a lot of the reason is because I just like the characters so much that I don't want to antagonize them usually. But for this playthrough, that's what we're doing.
Where have you wandered off to? I'm over here.
Morning, Arthur.
So there's 4 different combinations of antagonizing that I do. The first one is antagonize all the way, and I keep on doing that until I get all of the possible dialogue I can get or try to get from Arthur and also from the person being antagonized as much as possible.
Good morning.
So I'll do it until I'm satisfied and then move on to the next combination.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe
Alright, so here goes. Not going to enjoy this, but here we go.
Is that perfume you're wearing, or did a cat piss on some kerosene?
What are you doing, Arthur?
I'd light you a cigarette,
Just leave it now.
but I figured you'd go up like a skyrocket.
Stay away from me.
Jeez, Arthur, being harsh. There is a cooldown period before the game lets you actually interact with a character again after that, but it's actually quicker to just reload the save instead of waiting for that cooldown period.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
You ain't quite as fine as you think, Miss Jackson.
Good
Oh,
morning,
here he
Arthur.
goes.
You're stuck up
Leave me alone.
and annoying.
Just get away from me.
Annoying. I think there's only one person being annoying between you two here, Arthur. Some of what Arthur actually says to some characters actually fits both his feelings towards that character and how they are at this point in the story. For example, John Marston left the gang for about a year and came back, and Arthur's been pissed at him about that ever since. So if you antagonize John Marston, he actually brings up about the fact that he's a bad father and all that kind of stuff. Alright, Dutch is automatically going to talk to us, so the best way to stop him from doing that, if you can get to it in time. And I forgot about it, but he'll just keep following us until he gets to us.
Oh, Arthur, my boy.
This fucking dialogue. I've heard it 100 times.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
For the first
Nothing at all.
time
The first
in
time in weeks, nothing. We're free. Yada 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 yada. Mango's Tahiti plan. I got it.
We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so,
Yep.
Dutch. You kept the faith.
Kept the
Arthur.
faith, Arthur. You always
You
kept it.
always
And
kept
I ain't losing it now.
And I
Now
ain't
piss off,
losing it
Dutch.
now.
Had enough.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
I hope you're charging Javier all that attention he's been getting.
Don't start with this now.
I know you're a sweet girl and I shouldn't wind you up.
Just stop it now.
What else is there to do around here?
Get away from me.
Yep, Arthur, that's something you can do. Get away from Tilly.
Good morning.
Alright, Dutch is going to come at us again. So if you interact with your shaving kit in time, it'll make him stop. And he'll just leave you alone. Unlike other times when characters walk up to you and talk to you, you can't actually say not now to him at this point in the story.
Good morning, Arthur.
Ooh, little Miss Tilly.
Hey now, Arthur, come on.
So high and mighty.
Just leave me alone, will you?
And so annoying.
Get the hell away from me.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Stop acting all superior.
Hey,
Morning, Arthur.
that's not called for.
This life ain't gonna end well for none of us.
Will you leave me alone?
Accept it and move on.
Will you go away?
Ironically, out of the two characters right now, Arthur and Tilly, it actually ends up being a lot better for Tilly. Because she survives and she gets married and she has children. Whereas unfortunately Arthur dies. Crooked hope Jack hasn't gone fishing. Not yet, no. You don't want to do antagonizing when Jack's fishing. Because you might not end up coming back home. You might end up being shot to death and then have a dynamite stick thrown at you, at your dead body while you're floating in the water. As is my tradition when playing Red Dead Redemption 1 and killing Ross. I love doing that. It feels so wrong antagonizing Tilly. It really does.
Could use a
I
slug of
hope
whiskey
you're
in
charging
this.
Javier
Maybe
all that
after lunch,
attention
eh?
he's been getting.
What are you doing, Arthur?
I know you're a sweet girl and I shouldn't wind you up.
Leave me alone.
What else is there to do around here?
Stay away from me.
Alright, so I think we might have gotten to the point where there's not much different. However, I just want to try it one more time, and then we'll move on to the next combination, which is antagonize, diffuse, and bounce back and forth between the two.
Where did you get to? I'm fixing to eat my shoe.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My
Damn
dear
it.
boy. What's going
Didn't
on?
get to it quick enough.
Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks, nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our
Tahiti?
own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch.
Tahiti?
You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
Anthropology? Tahiti? Plan? Faith? Tahiti? Alright, Dutch, piss off.
Ooh, little Miss Tilly.
Don't start with this now.
So high and mighty.
Just stop it now.
And so annoying.
Get away from me.
Crooked mangoes. Need those mangoes. There's that song in the first James Bond movie that was made. Well, I mean, I think there was another James Bond movie before this one. But the first official, actual, proper James Bond movie that was ever made, Dr. No, 1962, Sean Connery. At the start of the movie, the classic Bond theme hadn't actually been... I think the Bond theme had been done, but it wasn't used at the start, I think. But anyway, they didn't do like an actual song that was written and performed for the Bond movie. There was actually a song that was called Under the Mango Tree or something like that. And I just remembered that now, Crooked. Just double check what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I am reloading the save, yep. Alright, so we've done that combination of antagonizing. So next up, we need to do the antagonize and then diffuse, and then bounce back and forth between it. It's interesting too with the Bond movie because it wouldn't be until GoldenEye. It wouldn't be until Goldfinger that they actually settled into what would become known as the James Bond formula that all the other movies would follow, with variances here and there, of course. A few movies where James Bond goes rogue, not in the sense of becoming a bad guy, but in the sense of he doesn't follow orders and goes off on his own personal vendetta to get revenge.
Use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Morning, Arthur.
Stop acting all superior.
Hey, that's not called for.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
You must be really bored.
This life ain't gonna end well for none of us.
Just leave it now.
Accept it and move on.
Get the hell away from me.
Alright, so it only allowed us to diffuse once in that interaction. But that's the type of thing I'm talking about, where you can get different dialogue from the person doing different combinations of interactions with them.
Morning, Arthur.
Oh yeah, this is a configuration again where Dutch will come and pester us, but if we get to the shaving kit in time, he won't.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
Come on, game. It was grayed out before I could even do it. Alright, Dutch. Say the thing that I've never heard you say before, ever.
In weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch.
Plan.
You kept the faith, Arthur.
And I ain't losing it now.
And I ain't losing it now.
So Dutch, piss off.
Mr. Vanderlyn.
Thank you.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after
I hope
lunch,
you're
hey?
charging Javier all that attention he's been getting.
Hey now, Arthur, come on.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Well, forgive me if I don't see the joke.
I know you're a sweet girl and I shouldn't wind you up.
Leave me alone.
What else is there to do around here?
Just get away from me.
Interesting. So far with Tilly, we only get one chance to diffuse. Whereas other characters, you can antagonize, then diffuse, and then you antagonize again, and then you can actually diffuse again. But with Tilly, it doesn't give us that option.
Okay, Mr. Morgan.
Where did you get to? Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after
You ain't
lunch,
quite
hey?
as fine as you think, Miss Jackson.
Oh, here he goes.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Don't you have something better to do?
You're stuck up
Just stop it now.
and annoying.
Will you go away?
Mr. Morgan.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch,
Is
hey?
that perfume you're wearing, or did a cat piss on some kerosene?
Don't start with this now.
I'm only joking with you.
You're a strange one, all right.
I'd light you a cigarette.
Will you leave me alone?
That antagonizing that Arthur does with Tilly there and that thing, I'm not really a fan of that one. Because the next part he says is basically, if I light a match near you, you'll go up. That sounds like something Micah would actually say. So that one doesn't sit right with me as an antagonizing dialogue.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Ooh, little Miss Tilly.
Hey, that's not called for.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Whatever you say.
So high and mighty.
Just leave it now.
And so annoying.
Stay away from me.
Alright, so that's the second combination done. So the third combination is to greet, antagonize, then diffuse. So you greet to just say, you know, a positive thing like hello. And then you follow it up with an antagonizing statement, and then you diffuse. The fourth combination is you greet twice, so that's two positive towards the character, but then you just sucker punch them with a antagonize, and then that throws them off. So you get different dialogue yet again as well.
Hello there.
Good morning, Arthur.
Hi, Arthur.
There she is. I'll say it again. Hello.
Yes? Hello, Arthur?
I'm only kidding around.
Well, forgive me if I don't see the joke.
I'm the same. There's no joke in there. Crooked, it's interesting you can really play Arthur villainous at times. You don't see Arthur like that because it would be a very different person, but it's cool regardless. Yeah, and there's enough in the character where they allow the player to go either way with him, where if you want to, you can have him antagonizing everyone, you can have him you can have him like not wanting to help people and all that kind of stuff if you want. So it's kind of like a balancing act if you want to do that. But if you want to play him to his strengths, because he does have that as part of his character too, as well. And that's something that Rockstar and the writers have just been so good at with Red Dead 1 and 2, is writing a character that is individualistic on their own right, in their own right, with their own personality and a base level of how they, you know, are as a character. But then you as the player can decide if they're high honor or low honor through their actions. And they still manage to maintain the core element of the character along that too.
Morning.
Hey.
Madam, you can do better than that.
You know,
How many times do we
all
need to do
this
this?
used to
Don't
feel like
worry,
one
I'm just
big
playing
party.
with you.
You're a
How wrong
strange
I
one, all
was.
right.
It's not a...
And that's a very tough balancing act, you know, to pull off. And other games do it well too, like with Mass Effect. The fact that at the start of you can actually choose what background you want your character to have had, like their upbringing or what happened to them, and that kind of stuff, that can also help you kind of like inform yourself of what type of character you want to have. So for example, like I had Shepard with the backstory that her parents and family and everything were killed when she was young, and she eventually joined the Alliance. There's probably another name for it, but decided to join that. However, because I was doing a Renegade playthrough, I used that background to basically think like, right, it would have caused her to want to get revenge on anything and anyone, and made her, you know, really bitter and all that. And so that's why I chose that background to fit with the Renegade. But then you get games where they do try to do that. Like you look at Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
You always kept it. And I ain't losing it now.
You have a character that, at their base, is supposed to be good. As in, they don't go around killing innocent people. They don't go around stealing. Right? That's their base character, Alexios and Cassandra, whichever one you're playing as. That's their base character. But you only get to choose in gameplay to make the character either quote-unquote good or quote-unquote evil. You know, so you can play Cassandra and Alexios going around killing innocent people. But does anything change in the story doing that? No. Whereas a game like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, it does change stuff in the story a little bit, you know. Not to a major extent. My point is with Assassin's Creed Odyssey is they didn't take it further than just being able to do that in gameplay. You can go around killing innocent people, and then you talk to Barnabas, and he talks to you as if you haven't done anything wrong, because the game didn't, you know, program it like that to do those kinds of things. You know, where I think it would have been more interesting if they actually did it like that. That way, if you play Cassandra or Alexios as an asshole, then characters in the story would start to act differently towards that character than what they would have done if you went the opposite way. Hey there, Keone. How's things going?
Always good to see you.
Hello, Arthur.
Okay, one more time. Hello.
I said hello, didn't I?
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Whatever you say.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you. Okay, so we'll do the combination of greet, antagonize, diffuse a few more times. And that'll be the 3 out of 4 combinations that I do.
Good morning.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy. What's
Damn it.
going on? Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free.
I tried to get Dutch to fall off the cliff during this conversation, but Arthur did instead.
You kept the faith, Arthur.
And Dutch kept on talking as if nothing happened. And I ain't losing it now. Now piss off, Dutch. You get lost now. Okay, Tilly's walked off. So Tilly will be over here, I think. Sitting on the edge of camp. There she is.
Hey, Tilly.
Hi, Arthur.
You can do better than that. Hello.
Dear me.
I'm only joking with you.
Well, forgive me if I don't see the joke.
You only like how they say Saint Denis. Going down to Saint Denis. Saint Denis. Yeehaw! Saint Denis. Yeah, it is quite funny how they say Saint Denis. Dutch disappeared. Of Crooked, you always love going Greek green antagonized. Really catches them off guard, lol. It really, really does. You're not wrong about that, dude. It is so funny as well, their reactions. Hey there, Rosie. St. Dennis.
Could use a slug of whiskey.
Yeah, I'm not sure the actual pronunciation of it.
Good morning, Arthur.
I guess it's a more fancy way of saying it by saying Saint Denis.
Morning to you. Now say it like you mean it. Hello.
That's the way it is now.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
You're a strange one, all right.
Alright, so sometimes what happens when you do this combination is the character will say dialogue that doesn't have a subtitle for it. Which makes me wonder why the game is pulling those ones and not having subtitles with them. Is it because they just forgot to add subtitles to that dialogue? That might be what it was. I mean, you know, there's so much dialogue in the game, it wouldn't be shocking if there were some glitches related to stuff like that. There already is some glitches where a character will say something but the subtitles will be different than what they're saying. That happens quite a lot.
Use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after
Still
lunch,
there.
huh?
Hi.
I don't know. Let's try that again.
Well, now.
I'm only kidding around.
Whatever you say.
Well now. Whatever you say, Jose. Alright, so I'll do this another time and just see what variances we get.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after
lady.
lunch, eh?
Hi there, Arthur.
I said hello. Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
You must be really bored.
Alright, we'll try it one more time. And then the next combination will be greet, and then antagonize. So you give them a left with the greet, another left with the greet, and then a quick right with the antagonize. Knock them off their feet.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, eh?
Hey there. Let's try that again. Hello. Take it easy. I ain't serious.
Don't you have something better to do?
Now for those ones, Tilly's not saying anything at all. Alright, so that's that combination done. So for the final combination, greet, and then antagonize. And that'll be the second character this stream focused on. And I wanted to get 3 characters done. So we're getting close to 9 PM my time, which means it'll be about 1 AM when I get the next character's antagonizing done. Because it takes about an hour of real time to do each configuration from 9 AM to 6 PM in game. So that's 3 hours for that, and then potentially a 40 minutes to an hour on top of antagonizing.
Could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, eh?
Good morning.
Morning. Doing a good job there.
Thank you, Arthur.
And for once, you ain't moaning about it.
What are you doing, Arthur?
I'm only joking with you.
You're a strange one, all right.
Hi, Taylor.
Could use a slug of whiskey
Hello.
in this.
You're a good
Maybe
worker.
after lunch, hey?
Thank you, Arthur.
Until Grimshaw isn't watching. Then you've got your feet up in a heartbeat.
Hey now, Arthur, come on.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
You must be really bored.
Give me a chance, will you?
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My
Damn it.
dear boy.
Dutch beat me to the friggin' shaving kit.
Nothing at all. For the first time.
For the first time in weeks, nothing. We're free.
Nothing.
We're free.
We're free. We're free to plan our own futures.
Plan?
once more. I hope so, Dutch.
Tahiti?
You kept the faith, Arthur.
Faith.
You always kept it. And I ain't
Tahiti?
losing it now.
Mangoes.
Hi there.
Go on, Dutch. Go plan with your mangoes.
Hello. You feeling more settled here now?
Yes, this is a nice spot.
Because I sure don't want to hear any more moaning out of you.
All
Hey,
this, you
that's
feel
not
like
called
one
for.
big
I'm
party.
only kidding around.
How wrong I
Well,
was.
forgive me if
It's
I don't
not
see
all
the
so
joke.
bad.
Hi there, Arthur.
Where have you wandered off to?
Ha ha, Dutch. If I hadn't have got to that shaving kit in time, he would have talked to us again.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Okay, so Tilly, this is interesting because in this configuration, Tilly is supposed to actually be with Karen and Mary Beth. So this means there's a fourth configuration. This has happened with Pearson as well.
Hello, Tilly.
Hey.
You seem a bit happier.
Yes, I'm feeling good.
Anything beats the sulking.
Oh, here he goes.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
Whatever you say.
Look.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now. Morning to you.
Hi.
Hang in there. We're on the up.
I know. I'm fine.
I hope soon your highness will be living again in the manner to which she's accustomed.
Hey now, Arthur, come on.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
You're a strange one, all right.
You know, all
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Hey there, Tilly.
Hey.
Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Just doing what I can to help out around here.
Always such a damn martyr about everything, ain't you?
Hey, that's not called for.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
You must be really bored.
Okay, Mr. Morgan.
could use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Hey there. Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Just doing what I can to help out around here.
Always such a damn martyr about everything, ain't you?
What are you doing, Arthur?
I'm only kidding around.
Well, forgive me if I don't see the joke.
Alright, so I'm going to try this combination one more time, and then that is that done. With Tilly from 9 AM to 6 PM. I don't actually mind it, Keone, but the only time I really focus on it is if I'm doing a 100% checklist. But otherwise, I don't really worry too much about the hunting side of things. But I don't mind it, however, sometimes it can get annoying when you're trying to find a specific animal. But not only that, the time it takes to find the animal. But then on top of that, if you want to get a perfect pelt, the animal you find, when you actually focus on it, it might not be a perfect quality pelt, even before you shoot it with the right weapon. So that can make the time it takes to hunt that animal to get a perfect one of it even longer.
Hello.
Morning, Arthur.
Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Just doing what I can to help out around here.
Always such a damn martyr about everything, ain't you?
Don't start with this now.
Okay, so that is a wrap on antagonizing Tilly for this part of the story and for this time frame, 6 AM to 9 PM. So that means that is the second character this stream that I've actually focused on. So I want to keep on streaming until I do another character's worth. But before I do that though, I'm going to take a break. Because by the time I actually finish the stream, it's going to be 1:30, 2 AM. Potentially. That is. Takes 3 hours to cover a character's movements from 9 AM to 6 PM. And then another 45 to an hour on top of that. For the rest. To antagonize stuff. But before I go on my break, I'm going to leave it on a photo mode shot. There we go. So I'm going to leave it on that screen while I take a break. I'm going to also put a pinned message up the top. Yeah, same here, Keone. I think it was a big missed opportunity. They really could have done something, but they were more focused on the online version to worry about that, unfortunately. But yeah, I think they could have done a great job of doing a Undead Nightmare 2 with this game. So I'll take my break, and I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Alright, back from my break. So the next character we're going to focus on, that I'm not going to enjoy antagonizing when we get to that, is Hosea. So we're going to follow Hosea's movements over 3 configurations from 9 AM to 6 PM, which will take an hour each. So for the next 3 hours, that's what we'll be doing. And then after that's done, I'll be doing the antagonizing process.
Morning, Arthur.
And are we in the right configuration? Where's Dutch? He might be somewhere else. He should turn up soon. It's the right configuration for this.
I guess it must be.
I've met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. And Jose is over there.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy. What's going on? Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch.
Hey there, Isprom.
Faith, Arthur.
How's things going for you?
You always kept it. And I ain't losing it now.
We got room for another here. You all right there?
Yep.
Alright, let's sit here and see how long Hosea stays in this spot for.
Pearson, I'm famished.
All in good time.
Well, I think my legs are seizing up.
Alright, so Hosea sits there till 9:37 AM. Now where does he go?
Mr. Bell? Hello?
That's right, he'll probably get some food so he can end up sitting where they eat their dinner. No, he's gone straight to his own tent.
Arthur?
Just to put his book away. Alright, goes to his tent to put his book away. Then goes over to
Morning, Arthur.
oh yeah. Goes over to
My name ain't no concern of yours.
get plate
I don't
from
give a
Pearson Wagon.
You seem like a decent feller behind it all.
Then you ain't a good judge of character.
Yeah, well, we'll leave it there then.
9:47 AM, Hosea grabs food.
Morning, Arthur.
And then he should go to where Lenny's currently sitting. And him and Lenny will talk, and they'll both fart and all that. I'm not joking, they actually do just sit there farting.
You okay, Lenny?
Hello, Hosea?
Leonard.
Hosea.
Have any luck out there?
Sure. A few bits and pieces. Robbed a drunk who wanted to fight.
Arthur never said he'd been robbed.
No, not Arthur. Also, a couple of morons threatened to lynch me. So, I ran away, came back, robbed them.
Good lad.
How about you?
A few bits and pieces. Nothing that exciting. Not yet, at least.
Alright, that was quick, Hosea. Alright. He's moving around a lot, this Hosea, for a little bit. Or maybe because we're focused on him now, he does different things to when we weren't focused on him. That could be a thing too. There he goes to Pearson's wagon. Put plate in wash. Then goes over to...
How is that food coming along, Mr. Pearson?
It's coming! It's coming!
Looks like he's going back to the campfire. No. He's going around the campfire. Oh, he's going to talk to John.
Better. Nearly fine, but not quite, you know?
Of course I know. Just give it a few more days. I know it's boring.
Been a tough few weeks.
Awful. But we've been through this before.
Like this?
No, not quite like this.
Government agents, bounty hunters, traps, massive prices on our heads.
It ain't good, but if we keep hidden, it'll pass. Still a big country.
Don't feel quite so big no more.
That's the modern world. I think I like the old ways better.
Me too.
Alright, then at 10:27 AM. Where does Hosea go to next? It's been very busy. Now, if you're actually close enough to him and John when they're talking, Hosea will actually turn to Arthur and say some dialogue as well. So that's another difference. Whether you're close to characters talking or not can actually determine whether or not you get different dialogue, because they might not talk to you because you're not close enough for it to trigger. Okay, so Hosea goes to the wagon on the edge of camp and then just moves and then just goes from there over to somewhere else. He was like, I don't know why I came in this spot for. Oh well, time to go back this way, I guess. I've heard that dialogue on stream before, that's why I had Arthur stay back a bit. But before, when I had it triggered, because I was focusing on John Marston, when I had it triggered, I was close enough to both of them that the extra dialogue happened.
How you doing? Oh, pretty down. Hang in there.
Alright, so he's getting another plate of food.
Smells delightful, Mr. Pearson.
Not long now.
Then at 10:46 a.m., Hosea goes over to get some food. So he's having seconds.
Oh, bastards. Tying me up right by the food. Oh, it's you.
Hello.
He's taking the long way to get to Lenny. And Lenny's still eating. So they'll sit next to each other for a while.
Hi there.
And both of them will start farting eventually.
Feels like we're turning a corner.
I won't even ask what's in this.
There we go. Lenny just farted. And Hosea will do one too soon.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
How is that food coming along, Mr. Pearson?
Do you want it cooked right or not?
Well, one thing you can say about Pearson's food, it makes Lenny and Hosea fight a lot.
When are we eating, Pearson?
Just hold your horses.
Oh yeah, Kieran, it really is, you know. So I wonder throughout the game which other characters just fart a lot.
Just gotta force it down.
Alright, so it's 12:20, almost 12:30 p.m. in game. Hosea's been here since 5 to 11.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
If I go and look at Lenny when I tracked him, he still stays there till 6 p.m. at the dinner table. It's funny too because sometimes Lenny will be, I think, eating from his plate of food when there's nothing in it as well. Sometimes he still does the motion of swirling his spoon around and bringing it to his mouth and stuff.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
Oh, Dutch.
Just gotta force it down.
The amount of gas that Lenny and Jose have let off, you wouldn't even have to light a match next to it to create a fire. You just have to blow on it and then boom.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
Mr. Morgan.
I won't even ask what's in this.
Alright, so 2:32 p.m. in game, and Hosea is still sitting there at the table, which I expected.
Hi there.
Hey there, Zereth. That spot must be clean by now. Yeah, you would think so. It's funny, Susan does that to every table. Just stays there for a long, long time. Considering for our time, it takes, you know, not that long for an hour of their life to go by.
Just gotta force it down. We need to hunt for some better meat.
Alright, so it's almost 5 PM in game on this first configuration. When it hits 6 PM, I'll reload the save and we cover the second configuration with Hosea.
Do you hear me? Shower's up.
Keep your chef's hat on, Pearson. Oh wait, that's right. You don't have one. He's got a top hat, but not a chef's hat.
Oh, Arthur, it is good to be off that mountain. I never knew I could be so cold.
I know, Mary Beth.
Kinda like it here. But where on earth are we?
New Hanover.
New Hanover. My lord. My mother came from somewhere here.
You know where?
No, I hardly know much about her. She died when I was young.
Mine too. Mine too.
Hosea, he's finally up and running. Alright, so he stayed there from in-game time of, we basically it's only 5 minutes off in their time, but about 11 AM to 5:30 PM he stays there. So where will he go?
Well, whatever else is in store for us, Arthur, I'll tell you one thing.
What's that?
It's a rare old pleasure not to be freezing our balls off up in those mountains.
You're not wrong there.
Be well.
And you, Hosea.
Cool. Alright, so Hosea, where are you going to go now?
You okay? Sure. Why are you walking around so sad?
I'm not sad, just bored.
You're bored. Bored's good. Bored means you ain't scared. Be grateful for being bored, lady. Soon enough, you're gonna be scared.
When I was a little girl, I guess I hoped for... I don't know. I used to dream a lot.
We all dreamt a lot. Then we grew into women. Saw what the world was for us. How little it values us. Cheer up. Smile. Try to forget about things.
And he just comes and sits right back with Lenny. There we go. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, of course.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
I trust all's well.
Not so good?
Oh dear.
Ah, Strauss is coming to join them. Interesting. Alright, so that is the first configuration of Hosea's movements.
Tastes like boiled manure.
Well, that's good, Strauss. It'll match your face. Hello there, Shin. Welcome to you, dude. I hope things are going well. So the second configuration that we need is Dutch at his tent, but Lenny is not in camp. That configuration we just did was Dutch approaches Arthur at the start, has the automatic conversation, Sadie taunts Kieran, and went on from there. Now we're up to config 2 of 3. So it's about 10:10 p.m, so it'll be 11:10 p.m. by the time I get the second lot done, and then 12:10 p.m. when I get the third lot done, and then another 40 minutes to an hour after that to do the antagonizing part with Hosea. Alright, so Dutch is at his tent, and Lenny is not in camp. I'm actually surprised because this is the first stream in a while where trying to get that configuration to happen hasn't been a long process. And Hosea is sitting down at the camp again. In configuration 1, he stayed there until 9:37. Zareth, when did he eat boiled manure? Now that is a good question. For Strauss to know that that food tasted exactly like boiled manure, maybe when he was a child his parents decided to prank him and basically gave him that. Shin, 14 hours into Dragon Age Inquisition, trying to get to level 12 before you continue with the main story quests. So, what level are you up to at the moment, Shin, and is it one of those games that takes a long time to level up? Shin, level 10, and no, you do not need to grind to level. Oh, that's good then. That'd make things a lot easier. Alright, about 9:36, 9:37, thereabouts. Hosea leaves. And let's see, I think he'll go to his tent, put his book back, and then he'll go to grab a plate, and then he'll go grab some food, and then he'll go sit down with Lenny over there where Susan is currently cleaning at the moment.
Good morning, Arthur.
Hope you choke on it.
So pretty much follows so far what he did last time. Jose is just standing there with his food. You right there, Hosea? You lost? He's just standing there. Alright. Gets food and stands there. Does he even have food in his plate? No. Jose, what are you waiting for? Grab the food.
Be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
His plate's actually empty. It's going. Alright, I'm just gonna say that's a glitch. Then at 10 AM, Hosea goes to sit with Lenny. Although I don't know if Lenny's there at the moment. No. Shin, the reason you're trying to get to 12 before you continue the main story quests is after you finish the hub you're at now, you will get the chance to choose a specialization, and you've already chosen that you're going Necromancer. All good. That's good to know that ahead of time, then you know what to expect as well. And that's a good way to do it. Zereth, that good morning said, stop following me. Yeah. It's interesting how many different ways words can be said. You know, you can be like, good morning, sarcastically, or good morning. Or you can be like, good morning. It's funny, there's a interview with Michael Ironside for the first Splinter Cell, and he was talking about how he approached the character. And he likes to look at characters at different levels of emotion. And for Sam, one of the emotions that he used is anger, but not always to be angry, but use that as kind of like a base for the character. And so he said it's the difference between having a character like Sam who wouldn't be like, hi there, you know, when he actually says hello or something like that. If he was going to interrogate an enemy, you know, it'd be more like a bit of a hi there, you know, that kind of thing to it. Thanks for redeeming all those, Zereth. In the last configuration, Hosea sat here till 10:05. No, till 10:27. I'll just see if he does that now or not. Or maybe he'll just sit there. I'll keep an eye on him. Alright, Hosea is still there. Alright, so I've got a random horror movie quote. I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm going to give it to you straight about Jason. His body was never recovered from the lake after he drowned. And if you listen to the old timers in town, they'll tell you he's still out there. Some sort of demented creature, surviving in the wilderness, full grown by now, stalking, stealing what he needs, living off wild animals and vegetation. Some folks claim they've even seen him, right in this area. The girl that survived that night at Camp Blood, that Friday the 13th, she claimed she saw him. She disappeared 2 months later, vanished. Blood was everywhere. No one knows what happened to her. Legend has it that Jason saw his mother beheaded that night, and he took his revenge. A revenge that he continued to seek if anyone ever enters his wilderness again. And by now, I guess you all know, we're the first to return here. 5 years. 5 long years he's been dormant. And he's hungry. Jason's out there, watching, always on the prowl for intruders, waiting to kill, waiting to devour, thirsty for young blood. Okay, Zara, thanks for redeeming that. That's from Friday the 13th, Part 2. Alright, so I've got a Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. Look, what happened with the gang changed everyone who was a part of it. The Dutch who put a blanket around me after the O'Driscolls, that weren't the same man at Beaver Hollow, and now he might not be so colourful no more. You see a man whose character changed. I see a man who got found out for who he truly was. We was fools to follow him. I was a fool and I paid for it. And I was one of the lucky ones. Micah, John. Micah's the one who set it off. I blame me for following Dutch for too long, but I blame Micah for most everything else. So that, of course, is the conversation between Sadie and John in the epilogue. And random Assassin's Creed character quote. Okay, so it's a little bit of an exchange. Leon, how did you find me? I know what I'm doing. All of France is counting on you. Little man, thank you. Now get out of sight. I mean it. Why? It's time to find out what's inside that temple. And the Capitan? He shall fall. For I am an assassin. So that's from Assassin's Creed Unity, the Dead Kings DLC. Thanks for redeeming those, Zereth. Zereth, all the quotes. Thanks for redeeming that. I appreciate it. And so Hosea has just sat here the whole time fighting his ass off. Shin, you'll be making a second save to choose the other faction to play through. That's definitely a good idea to do that kind of stuff. Because you just never know. It's like with this playthrough for this game, I actually have a third save that I can use as one to save over whenever I want to, without worrying about whether it's at a point in the story that I want to keep saved, you know what I mean? Hosea, Hosea, Hosea. Hosea. In the other configuration, he sits down at 9:47, and then at 10:05 he puts the plate in the wash. But in this configuration, he just sits down and eats at the dinner table from 10 a.m. so far up until 11:43. See whether he sticks with that or not. You right there, Hosea? Was that him coughing? He wasn't really doing much in the way of mannerisms and head movements to show that he was coughing visually, but I'm pretty sure that was him.
Hello, Pearson.
Hello, Mr. Pearson.
Hi, Jack.
Hey there, Maxie. Welcome to you, buddy. How's things going for you? Hope you're having a good week. Things are going great. We're currently focusing on Hosea now as a character. I wanted to get 3 characters done in this stream, so we're on Hosea now. And then after we've finished with this character, I've got 4 more characters left to cover from the 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. in-game time. And then I'll put the playthrough on hold so I can actually restart the game and do my annual playthrough of it. But it's going really good. So next week should be the last stream of this current playthrough for now, and then I'll resume it at a later date. Shin, now you're going to bed because it's 5:30 a.m. GMT -6. That's definitely understandable, Shin. That's for sure. thanks for joining and stopping in to chat for a bit. I hope you have a good rest. Yeah, Maxi. Yeah, so 16 characters are actually in camp at this time, so to get to this point is good. But it's been, even though I haven't been streaming the game every day, it's actually been almost 2 months worth of streaming this game in, like, you know, one day a week. And we haven't even scratched the surface yet. If this was a lawn that was being mowed, we're currently only working on the first blade of grass. Is an analogy I could say for how much I've actually done of this type of playthrough and what's left. After we've done with Hosea, the only characters I have left is Karen, Strauss, Kieran, and Micah. Kieran will be shorter, so next stream I can probably get him done in a certain amount of time, less than it takes to get the other characters, because he never goes anywhere, because he's tied to the tree at this point in the story. So the only thing I'll do with him is basically interact with him and antagonize him. I don't need to worry about tracking his movements. So that'll make a bit more time pass quickly. So if I get my timing right, the first Thursday in March will be when I start my annual playthrough of this game. I should have actually done the annual playthrough of this first, but I had my mind set on doing this playthrough, and then it wasn't until about 2 streams in, I think, where I'm like, oh shit, I should have waited till I did my annual first and then did this. But the thing about it is it'll give me some time to also think over how I've been approaching this playthrough up until this point. I'm going to have to make some changes in it because we're going to get to a point in the story where there's multiple characters walking around, having conversations, and there'll be more stuff that has happened in the story, which will also change things. But the other thing is, I don't yet know if they programmed... Like, we haven't done any more missions, right? So I don't know if you don't do any more missions, if they actually programmed just a 24-hour cycle where everything happens in the camp, and then after that is finished, it loops back around. Or whether they've actually programmed a 7-day week cycle, and then once it gets to the end of that 7-day week, then it loops back around doing the same things. I don't know which it does yet, so if it does the former, that'll be good. But if it does the latter, then the playthrough is going to be even longer. Hey there, Lurch. Yes, he is. And he's going to be tied up to that tree for a long time. Probably won't be until June, July, maybe, until he actually gets away. The way this playthrough is going. Plus, I'll be taking a break from it to do my annual playthrough of this game, so... But, it's going to take a long time. Max, you've been starting Syndicate, and it's great so far. You really hate the combat still and can't get the flow right. That's understandable. You know, the thing that's annoying about the combat for me is when you try and get the combos to work. Because even when you have the enemies highlighted, when you press the button, sometimes Evie or Jacob won't even attack all of the ones that were marked before you press the button. You know what I mean? And that can get really, really annoying, especially when you want to get XP for doing the 4 enemies taken out kind of thing. And all it takes is for one enemy to, you know, fall out of that before you press the button, and then you're only dealing with 3 enemies. Alright, so it's 1:16 PM in-game, and Hosea is still at the table here.
Mr. Morgan.
Alright, 2:11 p.m. in-game time, and Hosea is still just sitting there at the table, farting his ass off. Now it's Susan's turn to get a whiff of it.
I won't even ask what's in this.
Nothing, Hosea, because you ate all your food. He'd have a hole in his pants by now.
Okay, Hosea?
So in the first configuration, Hosea was here until 5:30 p.m. Maxi, there's a lot of new PS games coming in PS Plus soon. Horizon Forbidden West and some classics like The Legend of Dragoon. That is so awesome that there is, Maxi. Gives you so much extra things to look forward to then. That's going to be cool. I can't wait to actually play those games. I'm hoping I like the first one. What I saw of it though, it's one of those games that I would like to play. And I think I'll like. So it'd be good to get to those. And the thing about it is, there's so many games that are exclusive to PlayStation that I haven't done, that I would love to do, but I'm probably not going to do like all of them in a row, you know what I mean? I still want to savor some and save some for certain things. Like I'd rather, like a game like Until Dawn, I'd rather save that for October, you know, to play that. But games like Ghost of Tsushima, it'd be cool to play that at some point this year and play through that and all that type of stuff. So many choices of what games to play now. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning to you. Welcome to Arthur is an Asshole once again. Currently working on the third character this stream, Hosea, who has just been sitting on his ass, farting all the time. But it's been going well. How's things going with you? Hope you had a great rest of your stream as well. Lucinda, you did. You got caught up on your side quest, and today you're going to do the offline level grinding so you can be prepared for what you feel is the hardest quest in the game. That's great. I'm glad that you had a great rest of your stream. It's awesome to get those done. You'd feel a relief getting those side quests finished. So hopefully the offline level grinding isn't too, you know, time consuming. Hopefully that will go well as well. Hosea, stop farting. You'll set the camp on fire.
You people want to eat or not?
Alright, so 5:06 PM in game, and Hosea has got up. So where is he off to? He might be getting a gun to go and guard the entrance.
All right, that time.
I
Guard
heard
duty.
what you said about me.
What?
I said I heard what you said about me.
Did ya? Okay.
I don't think it's very fair.
Okay, good for you.
You know, you're not so high and mighty and above everyone than you think you are.
Whatever you say.
He bloody well loves me, do you know? He bloody well does.
Of course. Of course he does. What exactly are we talking about?
Damn you! Damn all of you! You ain't so smart. You little trollop. Trollops!
Give me
Okay, Molly, I'll catch you later then. Alright, so Hosea goes to guard. I'm sure he'll be... Gets gun to guard entrance. The question is though, and I'm not going to be able to find out because that'll mean another hour on top, but I wonder if he does this every time you...
Well, fine then.
Every time you get the second configuration, or it happens randomly as well, which I do not know the answer to. Hey there, hippie, welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you. Things are going great. Final exam tomorrow. Hopefully you're a free man for a few days after that. Oh, excellent. Well, I wish you all the best with your final exam. I hope that it goes smoothly. And more importantly, I hope you get a great result as well. Sounds like you have an Irish lady in the camp. That's true, yeah, Molly. She's actually with Dutch, and she's a character that has a lot of like insecurities and things, and she's, you know, kind of worried that Dutch's attentions are elsewhere, but at the same time she doesn't want to really admit that they could be, but at the same time she is a bit, you know, concerned. That's why she's a bit antagonistic towards the other women in the camp as well. But the other thing is too, like before we even get to this point in the game story, a lot of the women in the gang had actually had sex with the other male members of the gang, plus gone out and made money doing the same.
Hi there.
But we never see that.
How'd you mean?
We're stuck in camp.
Okay.
We never see that happen much. I've already heard these
Mr. Morgan.
these conversations 20 times. That's why I'm skipping these when they pop up. But there's all that kind of stuff at the front end that kind of goes on that we don't see, but it gets referenced and mentioned and stuff like that. And in many ways, like, Molly feels like she's the one that, you know, deserves his attention the most, and because she got to that level, so to speak, where she's with Dutch, she feels a sense of superiority as well over the other characters, and then they in turn, you know, feel like she's too high and mighty, you know, that kind of stuff. So you got all that dynamic going on with Molly. But she's a tragic character though. Very tragic character, what happens to her, but also just never really getting the attention, like the normal level of attention, I mean, like, that she deserves. But Dutch is sort of like, we only see, there's only one moment that I know of, I should say, where we see Dutch and Molly very happy, and that's when Sean returns to camp and they're dancing close together. That's okay, hippie. Absolutely no worries at all. Yeah, so there's all that too as well. But characters like Abigail refuse to go back and do that kind of thing, which is rightfully so. But characters like Susan, she is the eldest female in the camp, she believes that the other women in the camp, if they don't do that kind of thing, then they're basically having ideas above their station, you know. So she's really traditional in the idea that the female members of the gang should not just, you know, hang around camp and help in those ways, but also get out there and make money by selling their bodies as well. Which configuration do we have? Not the one I want. Listen to, geez, women in these Rockstar games get around. Yeah, they sure do. Coming from GTA 5 to Red Dead 2, exactly. From present day time to the past. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting character dynamics, and you know, there's events that happen before we even get to see the characters as well, that kind of inform how the characters are, not only in themselves but also to other characters in the game as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pearson. And this is not the right configuration because Dutch is not at his tent, which means he's somewhere else, which means we need to reload. Until we get the configuration that I want. I've worked out that there potentially could be 4 different things too, and then there's things that could randomly happen within each configuration, because there's been characters that have gone over and talked to other characters when I've stuck with that character and they never did, but they are now.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Alright, Dutch isn't at his tent yet. Reload. So the first configuration, Dutch approaches Arthur and Sadie taunts Kieran. Second configuration, Dutch is at his tent, Lenny's nowhere to be seen in the camp. Configuration 3, Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny is actually in camp. I still haven't worked out if that's actually a glitch anomaly. That's not supposed to happen. Because there's been some times where it's taken me 20 reloads to even get it to trigger. And then even then I've had to have Arthur go and do an activity that's completely out of the camp. And then when I've reloaded the save, boom, it's loaded that configuration. There's also characters that will sometimes appear in one spot, which makes you think they're in a certain configuration, but then they teleport to where they're supposed to be in the other configuration, and then you're like, ah, okay, it's just a visual glitch.
Hi there, Arthur.
See? Speak of the devil of that happening. Dutch just disappeared right there, and now he's over there. So I thought that one of the other 2 configurations had loaded, but it turns out it was the first one. So something that I'm going to do starting next stream of this is, when it comes to the configurations, I've been doing them in a certain order. And so in doing them in a certain order, I've wanted to trigger them each time in a certain order. But what I should do is, whichever one actually gets loaded, just cover that one. And then I can just rearrange in my document to put it in the order that the other ones have been in. That'll just make the process quicker. It'll take out the whole... Well, it won't take out the reloading process completely, but it might shorten the amount of time overall in a stream that I have to reload the game. Yeah, but you can imagine some of the technical configurations that make those things happen. Oh, absolutely, you know, and one little change somewhere makes another change somewhere else. Alright, so Dutch is at his tent. Is Lenny in camp? And he is. Cool. So we're in configuration 3 now. So in the other 2 configurations, Hosea was sitting here reading his book, so he's doing the same in this one as well. So if it holds like the other one, around 9:34, somewhere there, he should move and put his book back in his tent. And then when he does that, he'll go to the part where you get the dishes, and then he'll fill up his plate of food, and then he'll go and sit down at the dinner table. I also figured out that depending on where you are standing in the camp, like if I'm following one character the whole time, there might be dialogue that I don't get from them because I'm hanging around them. So when I hang around another character, then they actually have dialogue that I didn't hear. So I worked that out today as well. So that's another variable that I need to cover in the future with this. Hippie, do you intend to finish the entire game playing multiple configurations? Absolutely, Hippie. Yep, that's the plan. So we have to go through every single step. So it's like threading a needle, except imagine that this needle, the thread of it is like miles and miles and miles long. And you've got to try and thread it through very carefully. And if you touch the sides, then, well, you need to keep going. But that's probably not a good analogy. Earlier I used an analogy where it's like, imagine you got a big yard to mow. Well, in comparison to how much is left of this playthrough, we've only been covering one blade of grass so far. But yeah, there's just so many things to cover. Then I've got to go through and do low honor and all that kind of stuff. And so I need to work out whether or not... See, what I don't know yet is, when a 24-hour cycle is finished, does it loop back around so that the same things that happened the previous 24 hours just keep happening every 24 hours? I don't know if it's that, or have they actually programmed a week's worth of in-game stuff to happen? So that would mean that I have to actually cover 7 days of a week in-game, if that's the case. But if it loops back around, then I know that I can actually just go to the next step then. So this is only still the first day that the gang are actually in camp. Alright, 9:37. Hosea leaves, and he will go to tent, and then he will go to get the plate. Morning, Hosea. Micah. Now there's a character that I look forward to antagonizing more than usual. Alright, so 9:43 about then. He'll get a plate of food. (9:47 a.m.) Hosea grabs food. Alright, last configuration he stood there like a stunned mullet for ages. So I think that was a glitch. Now he'll go over and sit with Lenny. And they'll have a good time eating, and then they'll sit there farting.
You okay, Lenny?
Hi, Miss Grimshaw. Gonna be a good day.
Alright, boom. Maybe one of the reasons you see someone disappear when loading in is probably the pre-assumed memory being from a different save, but then the CPU is like, oh no, wait, it's the other one, and blink of an eye gone. Oh really, is it? When you explain it like that, it kind of does make sense. It's kind of like, oh shit. Thinking about tagging Rockstar on Twitter, talk about this one streamer playing all variations of everything and they're one of the best games. Who knows, maybe they end up rewarding Rod Legion a lifetime free Rockstar Games Pass. That's... yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long playthrough, this one. There's just so many moving parts to it to consider. And at the moment, really, it's like a bottleneck. But as we do missions in the game and things expand, then it's going to be a lot more to cover and keep track of. That's why I've got a document with this playthrough that I've been working on as I'm going through, to make sure that I'm keeping up to date with what I've been doing in the playthrough and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Spectrum. Thank you so much for the 50 bits. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. How's things going for you? Nice, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment of Schwarzenegger.
Just gotta force it down.
Can we eat soon, Pearson?
It'll be ready when it's ready.
I won't even ask what's in this.
When are we eating, Pearson?
Sorry, I'm still trying to find a good movie to do a scene from. The ones I'm finding are good, but they're kind of not interesting enough.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
I'm famished, Mr. Pearson.
Just hold your horse.
Alright, so I've got a movie, finally, but I just want to respond to chat first before I do so. Spectrum, it's so-so right now, how are you? Well, that sucks to hear, Spectrum. Hopefully so things will be better though, soon. And I'm going great, thanks, I've been going good. Having a good rest of the week, almost Friday here. In fact, a couple of hours, well, about 40 minutes away, and it'll be Friday here. Hippie Rod and Narnia like Bruce Banner and Hulk. Sometimes Hulk takes time to come out. I suppose this is what's happening right now. Yeah, took me a while to find one. But here goes. What can I do for you, Mr. Reese? You wanted me to do the diligence on the LSI Holdings deal again. Well, I found some irregularities. Their CEO is in police custody. No, not with their numbers, with yours. Applied Sciences, a whole division of Wayne Enterprises just disappeared overnight. I went down to the archive and started pulling some old files. Don't tell me you didn't recognize your baby out there pancaking cop cars on the evening news. Now you got the entire R&D department burning through cash, claiming it's related to cell phones for the army. What are you building for him now? A rocket ship? I want $10 million a year for the rest of my life. Now, let me get this straight. You think that your client, one of the wealthiest, most powerful men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his nights beating criminals to a pulp, and your plan is to blackmail this person. Good luck. There we go. So that's from The Dark Knight. Hosea is still here. It's 12:23 p.m. Yeah, I haven't actually seen it myself for a long time, Spectrum. The last time I did was probably 2016, and I watched the trilogy back to back in one day. I just felt like watching them all from start to finish back to back, without, took a little break in between each viewing, but that was the last time I would have watched it. Oh yeah, Spectrum, it's great to do that. There's been a few that I've done that with, and it's really, really cool. Like I did that with Lord of the Rings, the extended editions. That was cool to do. Watch them back to back, which was a long ass time. But it was worth it though, to see them back to back. I did it with the first 3 Indiana Jones movies. But when I did that though, it was before the 4th movie had come out. So that was the last time that I watched the trilogy back to back, was before Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was even released. Would have been about 2003 or maybe 2004 when I watched that trilogy back to back.
How are things with you?
Alright, so it's 1:04 p.m. in-game. Hosea will probably sit there until 5 or 5:30 p.m. It's currently almost 11:30 p.m. for me, so this is the 3rd configuration. Each configuration takes about 1 hour of real time, but that's only 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I also have to do 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then from that point on I'll do a different set of hours in game. That way I can make it easier to manage. Instead of doing, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 9 a.m. to 6, instead of doing it like that. The only reason I started at 9 a.m. is because the earliest the game let me save the game manually after the gang got to this camp was actually about 9 o'clock in the morning. But I wanted to start this process straight away just to make sure that I was getting as much stuff as possible. But Hosea is the 11th character, I think, that I've done this process with. Actually, the 12th. And then we have Karen, Strauss, Kieran, and Micah left. Kieran's going to be less time because he doesn't go anywhere, so I don't have to worry about tracking his movements. So next week, I should be able to get the rest of the characters done from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then I'll put this playthrough on hold and then do my annual playthrough of it. And then once the annual playthrough of it is finished, I'll resume this current one. So there'll be one more stream this month of this particular playthrough before I put it on hold. And then that way in March, the first Thursday of March, I'll be able to start my annual playthrough of this. Which will be a very different playthrough, obviously. Won't be as in-depth as this one is. But I want to do it because I need to get it done before the year ends. There's no way when I had this as my annual playthrough that I would have been able to do what I wanted to do and get it done before the year ended. So I decided to rename this playthrough to something else and then do an annual playthrough of it at a certain point. And that certain point looks like it's going to be the first Thursday in March. And I've got a challenge planned for the annual playthrough, but it's not going to be a challenge that will make the playthrough go on for months. It's not something that's overly difficult. It's not like a no damage or a no death or, headshots only or a particular weapon type only or anything like that. Kind of hard to explain what type of challenge it is without actually giving it away directly. But it's one of those challenges where it is a gameplay thing, which any part of the gameplay can, if you put it in a challenge context, make the game harder. But this is going to make the game difficult in a way that might not be considered when you think about how gameplay can be made more difficult. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going? Awesome, Ryu. Glad to hear about that. That's great. Yeah, Afro, welcome on in. That's right, Hosea's turn. Once it hits 6 p.m. in-game, that's when I'll reload a save, and then we'll start the antagonizing process for Hosea. The characters before him that I've done this process with today in this stream was Pearson and Tilly. Now it's Hosea's turn. And then next week I'll be able to cover Karen, Strauss, Kieran, and Micah as well. I want to leave Micah till last because I'm going to savor every minute of antagonizing that piece of shit character. More than I normally do in a playthrough, which is what I'm looking forward to doing. So there's an upside to doing this first phase where I'm doing low honor and antagonizing everyone. The downside is antagonizing characters that I really, really like and never have antagonized before. But that gets balanced out with being able to antagonize Micah more than usual. Doing the high honor playthrough where I have to, be nice to every member in the camp. it's going to be great to do that with characters that I never like to antagonize. But the downside's going to be being nice to Micah for the whole playthrough. But I tell you what now, I might have to make Arthur be nice to Micah, but there's no fucking way I'm going to be nice to Micah at all when I'm talking about what's going on when we get to that part. But that could be next year, because that's the second phase of this playthrough. Need to get through this first phase first, which might take a year on its own, maybe more.
Arthur?
It'd be like 2025. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm continuing my playthrough of the Camp Dialogue Focus that I started in 2023. We're still going. We're now up to chapter 2. Probably won't be that bad, but probably close. Maybe chapter 3. But then again, once I've done my annual playthrough of this, there will come a day where I can be like, right, I'll do more than one stream a week. But it won't be yet. Still got a lot of other games to do, but the front end of this year I want to put in all my anniversary and annual playthroughs, so that's why I started my Assassin's Creed ones at the start of this month, and I'll start Tomb Raider soonish. Once I've finished my Shadow of the Tomb Raider No Death Challenge, I want to do a relaxing kind of playthrough with the game, and then once that's done, I'll do my annual series, Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided, and for the first time I'll be playing the original Deus Ex as well. So that's actually set years after the prequels, which came out years after the original. So I've got to do that trilogy, so to speak. There was a second Deus Ex that follows on from the original one, but I'm just going to stick with playing the 2 prequel games and then the original. So I've got that. And I've got the GTA 5 anniversary, 10th anniversary playthrough going. But there's also other games that are celebrating anniversaries this year that I'm going to get to. There's quite a few of those. If I look at my notes. Okay, so currently I'm doing my 10th anniversary playthrough of GTA 5. So that's one. Tomb Raider 2013, celebrating its 10th anniversary. Got to do a playthrough for that. Assassin's Creed Black Flag, celebrating its 10th anniversary. That game, though, there's going to be multiple playthroughs of that game throughout the year. Dead Rising 3, celebrating its 10th. Outlast is celebrating its 10th. So that's 5 games celebrating their 10th. Prince of Persia Sands of Time, celebrating its 20th. Silent Hill 3, the same. Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, the same. And then 25th anniversary Resident Evil 2 original. So really that's 9 games, 9 anniversaries so far that I've got to go through. So I want to get all that done at the front end while still doing some kind of newish stuff in between. Listen, the 10 years ago was lit apparently. It really was. Like, it had all these games coming out that were in the same year that the console generations changed to what is now the last gen. Which is crazy to think, isn't it? But that's the way it goes. And speaking of Tomb Raider, actually, I've got my No Death Challenge to still keep going with. It'll be the 3rd stream, and I think my 6th attempt at getting through without dying. So I don't know if I'll get it done tomorrow, but the good thing was where I died last time was actually further than the furthest I had actually been. The first death happened a decent chunk into the game, and then the other deaths after that happened earlier than that point. But then I finally got past that point that I got up to in the first attempt. Just a little bit further though, probably a section and a half away from where I was, and then boom, died. So the other thing I want to check too, this weekend, Assassin's Creed 2. So it'll probably, I don't think I'll finish Assassin's Creed 2 by the end of Sunday this week. So it'll probably be the next Saturday and Sunday. Probably next Saturday, not this coming one, but the next one, the 25th. that's probably when I'll finish Assassin's Creed 2.
Mr.
And then I'll be
Matthews.
doing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood after that. So yeah, definitely a lot of games currently on the channel, but also coming up for the whole year. A lot of stuff. Some playthroughs will be shorter than others, of course, based on what I need to do in them. And then there's October as well. Got horror games I want to get to. Got some Resident Evil coming up soon. Playing Hellblade at the moment, and then that'll be replaced with Resident Evil 1 Remake. Playing through the remakes until the 4th one comes out, and then boom, play that one as well. There's so many other games I'd love to get to as well. There's a lot of PlayStation ones now that I can do that I wasn't able to do before. Then there's also some other things I've already got planned as well. Like there's video game based there's movies based on there's there's games based on movies that I want to do. I want to stream. Then there's Mortal Kombat as well. I want to do a Mortal Kombat marathon. Play through all the main games in the series and then play 2 of the spin-offs that they did. Shaolin Monks and Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero. I won't be doing the Special Forces game though. Oh yeah, Ryu. Yeah, because you've had to wait for a long time, because I think the last time I did a Mortal Kombat stream was probably 2020, wouldn't it have been? Or 2021? 2020, I think, when I was playing Mortal Kombat 10. When did 11 come out? Because I was playing it around the time, I don't know if it was before that game came out or when the timing was. 2019, was it? When Mortal Kombat 11 came out, yeah. So it would have been somewhere around then. So yeah, been waiting a long time for me to get back to Mortal Kombat. But it'll be good though, it'll be nostalgic for me because I haven't played a lot of the old school ones for a long time.
Very well. Hello.
Alright, so in the other configurations, Hosea sat here until about 5:30 p.m. in one configuration and 5:10 p.m. in the other configuration. So I wonder what time he'll get up in this one. Hey Beavis, welcome to you. How's things been going? Good morning as well. We're currently waiting for Hosea to do his activities until 6 p.m. in game. And then we're going to be a mean asshole to him by antagonizing him. Oh, that's excellent, Beavis. That's good to hear. Alright, 5:01 p.m. One more hour to go, and then we'll reload the save, and then we'll start antagonizing Hosea. Doesn't matter which configuration when it comes to antagonizing. It can be any of the three. But the most annoying one is the one where Dutch comes up to you automatically and starts talking to you. If you get to Arthur's shaving tent, or you get to his tent and his shaving equipment quick enough, you can actually stop him from talking to you. Otherwise, you're locked into talking to him, and you can't say not now to him. Alright, so 5:08 p.m. he started to walk off. And he's going to go and put his plate in the wash, I think.
Grimshaw.
Okay, Hosea?
Oh, Arthur, it is good to be off that mountain. I never knew I could be so cold.
I know, Mary Beth.
Kinda like it here.
I'm real sorry, but I can't talk right now.
Okay then, not to worry.
Please don't hurt me.
What are you doing, Hosea? He doesn't know what he's doing. He's going back and forth. Come on, Hosea, make up your mind, dude. What are you doing? He's just... You right there, Hosea? You okay? Oh my god, he's stuck in a loop. He's gone loopy. Yeah, he's just setting up bottles.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan, folks is wondering what's...
This is not what I want to deal with right now, okay?
Oh, well, excuse me.
Forgive me, Miss Grimshaw.
Mr. Summers. Miss Grimshaw.
Hosea's just gone crazy. He's just doing the same shit over and over again.
Arthur.
Yes, Strauss, that's his name. It hasn't changed in all the time you've known him. So Hosea might actually be glitched. See if we can interrupt him from his cycle. No. Yeah, Harmon's like, Arthur, my boy, my dear boy, is what Dutch always says. Oi, Strauss, out of the way. Oh dear. Alright, so he just stays there until 6 PM doing this. But I think this is glitched. Possibly glitched. I'll keep that as a note. Alright. Just wait till it's actually 6 PM in game. Oh, not yet, Beavis. No, still haven't found Gavin. He's the universe's most talented hide and seek player. Just haven't found him yet. Searched everywhere for him. Alright, so now it's time to antagonize Hosea. Now, Hosea is a character that I really like as well. So it's going to feel weird antagonizing him, but that's part of the playthrough. Okay, so I want to actually pour a drink, so I'll let Dutch actually talk to us while I do that.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. we're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
This is true, Harbinger. You did say it. Alright, so I thought I'd trigger that while I poured myself a drink. So now it is time to antagonize Hosea, who was just sitting down reading a book at the fire. He was enjoying his novel, but little did he know that asshole Arthur was on his way to antagonize him.
Have a seat.
So, you get to read while everyone else is off working.
Who do you think you're talking to?
One rule for you, and another for the rest of us.
What in hell's your problem?
Some things never change, lazy bastard.
I'm just gonna ignore you.
Holy shit. Hosea's like, where the fuck is this coming from? For 20 years you haven't done this. Why are you doing this now? So the first combination I do is I antagonize all the way. It's actually quicker to reload the save than it is to actually wait for the cooldown period to actually be able to interact with the character again. Like, who do you think you're talking to? And Arthur's like, I missed the part where that's my problem.
Look around. We've made it. Like you always said we would.
I'm about the only one around here who stands up for you.
20 years of robbing and still living in tents like vagrants.
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I'm starting to sound like you.
You're not getting a rise out of me.
Damn. That's right, Beavis, griefing poor Hosea. He doesn't deserve this, especially at this age. So the idea here is to get as much dialogue from Arthur as it is to get from Hosea. Sometimes Arthur will repeat the same thing, but Hosea will say something different. But I just want to exhaust as many possibilities as I can, and then I'll move on to the next combination, which is antagonize and then diffuse. Alright, so Dutch is going to come and talk to us again, so I need to make it to the shaving kit and interact with it before he gets to us. Excellent. Now he'll piss off and leave us alone.
We got a spot for you here, Arthur.
You miserable old grump.
Now you need to watch your mouth.
Yes, you, Hosea.
What's your problem?
Kind of depressing, actually.
I'm not wasting any more attention on you right now.
Arthur roasting Hosea while sitting by the roasting fire. That doesn't actually work though, because it's not roasting anything. But anyway.
Morning, Arthur.
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
I'm the fella tied to the tree, so I guess I must be.
Yeah, I've met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
kind of guy enjoy some coffee, Dutch, without you chewing his ear off?
Nothing. We're free. We're free to
Arthur, throw it in
our
his
own
face.
futures once more. I hope so.
Hey there, Vinman. How's it going,
kept
dude?
the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now. You ever gonna stop going on about the old days?
Is that supposed to be funny?
Must be tough, looking like you.
What is your issue?
I used to really look up to you, Hosea.
This is a waste of time.
Arthur splashing the coffee on him. Since I've just been doing this normally for the whole stream, I figured with Hosea we'll do a little bit of comedic stuff while we're antagonizing them.
You know, you could get out there too, Dutch.
When are you going to remove that chip from your shoulder?
We got room for another here.
Sorry, Hosea. Nothing makes you happier than being miserable, does it?
Why don't we talk about your problems, huh?
All you do these days is moan.
What do you want?
If you don't liven up, buzzards will start feeding on you early.
I'm not gonna play this game.
Oh, sorry, friend.
Hippie, you love the loading screen music? Yeah, it's quite good, actually. I like how it ends when the screen, like when the loading is finished. Lucinda, okay, Rod, you're feeling extra sleepy this morning, so you're going to go lay back down for a bit. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. That's definitely understandable, Lucinda, being what time it is for you, but thank you so much for stopping in. Really do appreciate it, and I hope that you have some good sleep. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is playing Dying Light on Nightmare Mode. It's one of her favorite games to play. She's also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, and we'll be doing a marathon, and we'll be incorporating the remake of Resident Evil 4 into that also. So a lot of games in the series that she'll be doing for that one, and is also a fan of stealth games, especially the Dishonored series. Is also a Stream Raider captain, and places battles and has those battles happen on stream. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda for all that kind of content, but also because she's a great streamer, has a great community over there, and you'll have a great time, and highly recommend.
I wonder if I'll ever not smell of campfire again.
I think it's in our skin now.
It's in our skin now. Morning,
Yeah,
Arthur.
so do I, Mary Beth. I think it's in your skin now. Bimman, what's Hosea's role in the gang? So Hosea was kind of like the one who found Dutch. But somewhere along the line, even though Hosea is his senior, it became known as the Dutch Van der Linde Gang. But he's really like an advisor to Dutch, and is kind of like words of wisdom for him and that kind of stuff. And then you have Arthur, who's basically his right-hand man as well. Arthur's been with the gang for 20 years, and so that puts him probably, I think, in his 40s, I think, maybe. Not too sure. Whereas Hosea, I think, is in his 60s.
Good morning, Arthur.
Listener, that is absolutely no worries at all. More than happy to give you a shout out. I hope that you have some good rest and you have a great start to your stream later as well. But as the story goes on, Micah starts to become not only Dutch's right-hand man, but also his quote-unquote words of wisdom, which is basically a lot of bullshit and nonsense. But he manages to, do so well at getting Dutch to that level as well. Dutch will get us this time. We're not quick enough.
Arthur, my boy.
Damn it.
My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing.
Vimmen, Micah can get dragged miles behind a horse, that traitor. Absolutely, Vimmen. That's something I would have loved to be able to do, actually, in the game.
You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
Okay, Dutch, piss off.
Look around. We made it. Like you always said we would.
Who do you think you're talking to?
20 years of robbing and still living in tents like vagrants.
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I'm starting to sound like you.
How about I just ignore you?
Alright, so let's just reload that save again and see if we get any differences. If we don't, I'll move on to the next combination, but if we do, I'll go for another one. Sometimes Arthur will start saying the same things, but then the person he's antagonizing will start to say different things sometimes too. But the other thing is as well, there's different contexts. So with Hosea sitting down and reading, Arthur will sometimes antagonize him by saying, so you get to sit here and read a book while the rest of us are going and doing work. But if he's not reading a book, you won't get that dialogue. So there's also those variables as well to cover, but I'm going to cover those at a later point in the playthrough.
You ever gonna stop going on about the old days?
Now you need to watch your mouth.
I get it. Things were better.
What in hell's your problem?
Your time is past.
You do what you want. See if I care.
Alright, so let's try another one. So I think some of that was different to what we had. Alright, this is the configuration where Dutch will talk to us. Let's see if sitting down at the campfire will actually also stop him from talking to us.
Oh, Arthur, my boy.
Nope.
My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing.
We can't say not now to him, unfortunately.
For the first time in weeks.
Vimmen, you seem to fancy bows in Destiny 2 as you had a 6.0 combat rating in a Crucible match just with your Le Monarque exotic bow. So is that like a really high-powered one in that game?
You always kept it.
Yeah, faith, money, Tahiti, mangoes. Got it, Dutch. I know your plan. Now piss off.
I used to really look up to you, Hosea.
I'm about the only one around here who stands up for you.
You and Dutch both.
What do you want?
That I seen through the Perrier.
I'm just gonna pretend you're not here.
Yeah, I think that's different too. You guess it is Vimin? Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about Destiny 1 or 2, so I don't really have a point of comparison. But if it's exotic, does that really mean much different? Because I know some games have, like, you know, exotic or legendary and things like that. So where would that be in a scale? Alright, so Hosea isn't there this time around.
Good morning, Arthur.
Still reading his book though, but in a different spot. And I never saw him here. I did 3 configurations with him, and not once did he start off in this spot. Vimin, exotic items have unique item perks and abilities, do they? Cool. Yeah, that stuff's always great in games.
Nothing makes you happier than being miserable, does it?
Is that supposed to be funny?
All you do these days is moan.
What's your problem?
If you don't liven up, Buzzard will start feeding on you early.
This is a waste of time.
Alright, so now I'll go to the second combination out of 4 that I do. So that is the antagonize, antagonize, antagonize all done. So now it's time to antagonize, diffuse, antagonize. We'll get different dialogue again.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
I guess I must be.
Yeah, I met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
You must be hungry. Well, I'll leave this here then.
Sit down, Arthur.
So, you get to read while everyone else is off working.
Now, you need to watch your mouth.
I'm only joking with you.
Try to keep it together, Arthur.
One rule for you, and another for the rest of us.
What is your issue?
Sorry, I don't know why. I find this so entertaining.
You play your little games.
Some things never change. Lazy bastard.
You're not getting a rise out of me.
There we go. Alright, so we do this for a bit, getting as many variations as possible. And then move on to the third combination. There's a lot of words you'll hear me use in this playthrough. Configuration, combination, variables. Vimin, your primary bow is Trinity Ghoul, which if you cause any arc damage, your arrow gets charged and causes chain lightning. That's cool. So if you cause any of that damage, it gets charged and you get in, and you have chain lightning. Cool.
Good morning.
It's cool when games have those kinds of ins and outs with them.
You ever gonna stop going on about the old days?
I'm about the only one around here who stands up for you.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Is that supposed to be amusing?
I get it. Things were better.
What in hell's your problem?
Sorry. I'll stop messing with you now.
You need to get your head straight.
And your time is past.
I'm not gonna play this game.
Oh, you did, Vimin? Oh, thank you. Thanks for doing that. So when did Destiny 2 come out? It's one of those games where I've heard a lot about it, but never actually even looked up stuff about it.
Mr. Morgan.
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
I'm the fella so I guess I must be.
We're gonna run out of meat here soon if we're not careful.
You know, I'll just come back later.
You must be hungry.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks, nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more.
I hope so, Dutch.
You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
A new day awaits.
I used to really look up to you, Hosea.
Why don't we talk about your problems, huh?
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
What is going on with you?
You and Dutch both.
What's your problem?
Okay. I'm done now. I swear.
You play your little games.
But I seen through the Perrier.
I'm not wasting any more attention on you right now.
Vimen, September 6, 2017. I remember that year well. Was looking forward to Assassin's Creed Origins coming out that year, and was not disappointed. Plus, even though I didn't play the game until a couple of years on, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice also came out that year. Another great game.
Hi there, Arthur.
Good morning, Arthur.
You miserable old grump.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
You need to get your head straight.
Yes, you, Hosea.
What's wrong with you?
Okay. I really am done now.
Is that supposed to be amusing?
Kind of depressing, actually.
You do what you want. See if I care.
Alright, so I think that's enough for that combination. So reload the save. And mark that off as done for Hosea. Alright, so the next combination is greet, antagonize, and diffuse. Give them a positive comment, and then follow it up with a negative. And then be like, whoa, didn't mean it.
Good morning.
Use a slug of whiskey in this.
Maybe after lunch, hey?
Morning, Arthur.
Here he is. Dutch is coming for Arthur. He's coming for him. Yeah. And now, he should leave us alone. There we go. Alright, so now we do greet,
Have a seat.
antagonize, then diffuse combo.
Morning. Come on. Give me that again.
Yes, hello again.
I'm only kidding around.
You play your little games.
Vimin, you're currently trying to get an exotic bow called Wish Ender, that when you fully draw back the bow it gives you wall hacks and x-ray vision. Dude, that would be so cool to have the x-ray vision part of it. I guess wall hacks as well, but that's really cool that that's something you can take advantage of. Sailcat, thank you so very much for the 12 months in a row. Thank you very, very much for that, Sailcat. Really do appreciate that a lot. I hope things are going well for you. So that's a year's worth. That's crazy to think how quickly time goes. Thank you so, so much for that.
Good morning, Arthur.
All right. One more time, just for love.
Didn't you already say hello?
I'm only joking with you.
What is going on with you?
You're feeling sick, Sailcat? Oh no. That really sucks to hear. I hope you're feeling much better though. That'd be so frustrating. Especially if it's, you know, affecting your taste buds as well. I really hate that when that happens. Food and drink that you really usually enjoy normally just doesn't taste that good at all. Oh, excellent. That's good. Glad to hear that you're feeling better. It's just like you've got the, you know, the actual feeling sick, which in and of itself is definitely annoying, but then you add the extra thing on top of taste buds not working properly. It's just like, oh, give me a break, you know. Just want to enjoy my damn food.
Morning.
Morning.
Now, one that sounds sincere.
You've already said hello.
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
You need to get your head straight.
You need to get your head straight. Sailcat, you're more worried about the prices of food these days. Yeah, well that's another thing too also. It's like when you see a sale or something like that, it's like, oh, that's funny. The sale price is what the price used to be for it. You didn't lose any sense of taste. Oh, that's good. That's definitely good. But a lot of money for food, yeah. It's like, Dutch, just leave Arthur alone. He doesn't care about your speech.
I could use a cup of that myself.
Could use a cup of that yourself, hey? There you go, Jose. Hosea.
Hello.
We got a spot for you here, Arthur.
Come on. You can do better than that.
Look at that.
I'm only kidding around.
Is that supposed to be amusing?
$30 from now, when they do a remake of Red Dead Redemption 2, they'll add the fact that characters will actually react to things like, you know, throwing coffee on the ground right next to them.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Imagine that. The landscape of video games in 30 years from now.
Gonna be a good day.
There he is.
How are you today, Arthur?
Come on. I thought we were friends.
Some things never change.
I'm only joking with you.
Try to keep it together, Arthur.
Hey Dutch, you got something to say to Arthur? No? Spectrum, speaking of coffee, you haven't had yours yet. Oh no, Spectrum. Definitely need to fix that soon. I hope you enjoy your coffee.
Morning, Arthur.
Spectrum, well, it's only 8:30 a.m., so not too awfully late. Oh, that's good, though. It's good that you'll be able to get some soon. You're going to make a double mocha latte. Now, that sounds really, really good. Yeah, it's good sometimes to have a double. You know, you just need that extra kick.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more.
I hope so, Dutch.
You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now. You okay? One more time, just for love.
Staying out of that.
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
You need to get your head straight.
Alright, so in this combination, the characters will eventually start to say stuff that doesn't have subtitles for it. Salcat, you wanted to get Hogwarts Legacy, but they're asking $79.99 for the standard digital version. The disc version is $59.99, so that's weird. Yeah, you would think it'd be the other way around, wouldn't you? Because you're paying for something that had to have a physical production done to get it physically produced, you know, and then things of that kind of nature. So you would think that the digital would be cheaper. Like, for example, the PS5 that I got recently. I got the digital version, which was cheaper than the other versions which had a disc drive. So in that way, it makes sense that if you want the physical hard drive to pay more for it. But yeah, to have a game that is cheaper on the physical than on the digital, you'd think it'd be the other way around.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
Dutch.
What's going on?
What's going on? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. First time in weeks, nothing. We're free. Yeah. Dutch. I know. We're playing the free future. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Dutch. Faith.
And I ain't losing it now.
Hey, Dutch. Step on that fire for a second. See what happens.
Hey. Come on. Give me that again.
Yes, hello again.
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Just needling you.
Is that supposed to be amusing?
Yep. It is, Jose. It's supposed to be amusing. Highly amusing. Zalcat, we're living in opposite world, it's true. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. Just doesn't make sense. Especially with, you know, physical eventually going to be going on the way out as well. You would think that it would be more expensive to basically have it be a situation where people who keep that copy and don't even, you know, open it could potentially down the line get a lot of money for it. Alright, so I think I might do one more version of this combination before moving on to the third one.
Are you gonna join us, Arthur?
I mean the fourth one, because I've done the first two.
Hosea. Come on. You can do better than that. Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Try to keep it together, Arthur.
Alright, so let's move on to the final combination, which is greet and then greet again, and then antagonize. And then that'll be it for today's stream. That'll be 3 characters covered, leaving 4 with 1 character who never goes anywhere, so the process of covering their movements means that I won't have to worry about that character, so we can just go straight to antagonizing them. And that character's Kieran. who at this point in the story is still tied up to a pole.
Arthur, don't forget, I'm more than happy to craft you something if you bring me the right materials.
Keep my eye out for some good materials.
Yeah, Salcat. Yeah, to cover all 3 configurations, it takes 3 hours.
My dear boy.
And that's only from 9 AM to 6 PM.
Nothing.
I've also got to cover the rest of the hours in the 24-hour cycle.
In weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
Okay, Dutch,
Morning, Arthur.
piss off. Alright, so we greet, and then we greet.
Hosea, how are you? Mood seems pretty good around here.
It does.
Apart from your sour face, of course.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm only kidding around.
You play your little games.
Like, be nice twice, and then be like, antagonistic. Salcat, you're late, you're in Holland, you're in Australia, the other side of the world. This is so true, exactly, you know. Sometimes I go longer my time, like sometimes I'll stream till like 1:30 or 2 AM. Sometimes even, on rare occasions, 3 or 4 AM. But with this playthrough and this stream, I want to get 3 done today, because the last few streams I've only managed to get 2 characters covered. So that'll work out well.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
Getting sick of hearing this dialogue.
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first
Nothing
time
at all.
in weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now. Hosea.
Morning, Arthur.
Everything okay?
Well, I'm still alive.
You just love feeling sorry for yourself, don't you?
I'm about the only one around here who stands up for you.
I'm only joking with you.
You need to get your head straight.
Alright, so there was only really a difference in what Arthur said there, not what Hosea actually responded with. I haven't been keeping count, but I don't know how many times I've actually reloaded this save since I started the playthrough. All the way back in the first week of January. Eventually, later on when I get to this game again, because at a certain point I'm going to put it on hold to do my annual playthrough of this game. At a later point, when I get back to it, it won't matter how long it takes. I'll just keep on streaming it till I get the process done.
Morning to you. How did we end up over this way?
Huh?
Actually, don't answer that. I don't need you moaning at me for an hour.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Take it easy. I ain't serious.
What is going on with you?
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Good morning, Mr. Walrus. I mean, Mr. Pearson.
Good morning, Arthur.
Hey.
Sit down, Arthur.
You looking good?
Thank you.
I mean, considering you usually look like you've got one foot in the grave.
Now you need to watch your mouth.
Jeez, Arthur.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
Is that supposed to be amusing?
Jesus Christ. Arthur, what are you doing? Come on. Get your head straight. Just like Hosea told you. Why are you doing all this antagonizing? Aside from the fact that there's someone controlling you to make you do it, but still. Arthur, why are you like this for? What is your plan? What is your end game in treating the gang members like this? Do you want them to actually shoot you? Oh, that's fair enough, Inman. Yeah, I definitely will be finishing soon. Once I get this part done with Hosea. But thank you so much for joining. I hope you have a great sleep and you take care of yourself as well. Salcat, but who's controlling him? That's a good point. The world is the stage, and we are all just actors upon it, I guess.
Morning to you.
Good morning, Arthur.
You're looking good?
Thank you.
You used to know everything, Hosea. How the mighty have fallen.
I'm about the only one around here who stands up for you.
How the mighty have fallen, that's a new one.
I'm only joking with you.
You play your little games.
Vimin, it's 8:35 AM where you are, is it? It'll be that time for me in 8 hours. Just past midnight. So I'm now into Friday.
Hello, Arthur.
Good morning, Arthur.
Hey there.
A new day awaits.
How did we end up over this way?
Huh?
Actually, don't answer that. I don't need you moaning at me for an hour.
Why don't we talk about your problems, huh?
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
What is going on with you?
Alright, so I'll try another one. And see how it goes. Once I finish the stream, we're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through Assassin's Creed 2. He's doing his annual series run of it. Salcat, it's 14:37 over here, is it for you? In Holland, yep. Yeah, it's just so crazy to think that while it might be day or night for different people around the world right now, whoever's watching this stream is, you know, we're all doing the same things. Well, not the same things, but we're all doing what we're doing at the same exact time.
Why are you giving me that look?
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
Oop. Messed that one up. Had Arthur stare at Hosea too long without saying anything. That's another thing in this game that I need to cover as well, is the fact that if you stare at a character, they'll actually have dialogue for you as well. So I'm thinking that after I put this playthrough on hold and do my annual playthrough, that when I come back to it, I'll probably do some streams focused on erroneous things.
Good morning, Arthur.
Hello.
Hello, Arthur.
How did we end up over this way?
Huh?
Actually, don't answer that. I don't need you moaning at me for an hour.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Alright, so that's that sorted out. So I think I can just say that that's a wrap on Hosea for now. So we've done all 4 combinations. Antagonize all the way. Antagonize, diffuse, antagonize. greet, antagonize, diffuse, and greet, antagonize. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I'll be picking this back up again next week, and we've got 4 more characters left, and that'll mean that after that stream's finished, I'll be putting this playthrough on hold so I can actually start my annual playthrough of it. While I'm doing some shout outs and setting up for the raid, I'll just leave the camera on this with Arthur enjoying a cup of his coffee. This is the face of an antagonizing asshole. At least in the playthrough I'm doing of him. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Just want to give some shout outs before we go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing some Assassin's Creed 2. There we go. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie, Zamaxi, Shin, and Mr. Gotai as well. Dr. Ronnie is doing some Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. He might have some DLC left to do, and he might also be jumping over to the Miles Morales game. But in any case, he's a great streamer. He actually wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on the game that he's playing. He's actually a scientist in real life as well, working in the field of regenerative medicine, working towards cures for things like Parkinson's and MS as well. And he's a big fan of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, as well as the Assassin's Creed series and Titanfall 2 also. Highly recommend checking out Maxi, who's been doing some Assassin's Creed Syndicate as part of his series run of Assassin's Creed. He's also doing a playthrough of Yakuza Like a Dragon. He's also a big fan of the Deus Ex games, as well as the Final Fantasy series. He has a lot of funny channel points rewards, both visual and audio ones. So you definitely have a fun time over at Maxi's channel. Highly recommend checking out Shin. He's been doing some Dragon Age Inquisition. He's also a fan of games like the Mass Effect series. He's also been streaming this year some Ubisoft games like Watch Dogs Legion, things of that nature. Highly recommend checking out Mr. Gotai as well. He's been doing some Dead Space 3. He actually played through the remake of Dead Space, and then he played the original, and then Dead Space 2, and now he's playing again Dead Space 3. He's also a fan of horror games like the Until Dawn style by Supermassive, The Quarry, things like that, as well as Outlast also. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And I'm going to set up a raid message so that we can actually put that through. There we go. So feel free to copy and paste that as well, or add your own on top as well. So I'll just post that in. There's an Assassin's Creed related one. That's a free follower emote. Feel free to put in whichever one you'd like. That's definitely no worries, Harbinger. I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. Definitely catch you again next time. Hey there, Zayas. Good morning to you. I hope things have been going well. It is, dude. Yeah, just about to end now. I did 3 characters and 10 hours and 33 hours. 10 hour and 33 minute stream. So covered a lot of ground today, which was good. So But thank you so much for joining, though, even though the timing is such that I'm ending. But that's definitely no worries. Thank you so much for being here. Haven't seen you on a couple of nights or days, lol. Yeah, I've actually been streaming every day still, but the timing's probably been such that I've finished earlier and stuff like that. But thank you so much for popping in, though, Zaius. You'll be here for Rod Rage tomorrow, Harbinger. Oh yeah, Shadow of the Tomb Raider continuing the no death challenge. Yeah, have to wait and see how I do with it tomorrow. I think I'm on the 6th attempt or something like that. So that's a raid message that I'm gonna set up as well. Zaius, you must have been playing games late at night here. Yeah, well that's definitely understandable as well. But I hope you've been enjoying the games. So you beat Fallout 3 and GoldenEye 007 this week. Oh, excellent, dude. Yeah, I played that again as well, GoldenEye 007, and had a blast with it. It was good to replay that game. It was just so good to replay it. So the next stream you'll see from me will be Shadow of the Tomb Raider. If you see me streaming that game, then you know it's become Friday for me here in Australia. We'll get back to this next week. Hope everyone has a good one. Yeah, Zaius, it really is. Plus the music is awesome too. Really love the music. Have a lot of nostalgic, fun memories of playing that game when it first came out, and for a few years after it as well. It was one of those games that I just replayed so often and just enjoyed the experience. It really is, Zaius, that's for sure. It's also good, to listen to that sometimes every now and again. Thanks everyone for watching. Catch you next time. Hope you have a good day or night, whichever the case may be. Oh, did you, Zaius? That's cool as well, with Switch controls. Now that would have been interesting. That's for sure.